I just want to say shortly about the Festival of Womanhood. The Festival of Womanhood is a flagship event of the World Womanhood Project, created to celebrate, respect, heal, and empower women across all nationalities and honor the feminine across living species. Brought to you by Mohanji International, inspired by Mohanji, a well-known humanitarian. Today, Mohanji Foundation is formally registered in 17 countries with activities in more than 40 countries in 27 plus languages, touching 90 countries and rapidly growing. I would suggest now that we see the video of Mohanji Foundation if it's ready. Kirti?
Mohanji, a human being, a husband, a father, a humanitarian, a guide for many, and for all, a friend you can trust. It all began with a man who was once known as Mohan. In the early 2000s, Mohan was having a successful career in the logistics and shipping industry. He had everything the material life could give him. Then, on August 23rd, 2000, fate shook him hard. His precious daughter, Amu, was killed in a tragic road accident. This was a turning point for him. It led him to an intense search for meaning. Years of self-exploration took him to the realm of silence. Beyond the noises of the mind and the material world, what he found was himself. And this is when Mohan became Mohanji. Despite being a chronic introvert, he began holding talks and sharing what he personally discovered through his own experience. Today, this is captured by his simple teaching, be you. Turning pain into a purpose, he founded Amukir in 2003 to serve the needy and deliver food, clothing, shelter, education, and healthcare beyond all man-made barriers. He started Amukir with his own savings, and although he was told it wouldn't last even 1 year, today, after many years, it stands strong and proud. It is active in India and has expanded to many countries in the world under the name of ACT Foundation. To consolidate his teachings, meditations, and practices, the Mohanji Foundation was established. It has its headquarters in Switzerland and has many foundations registered across the world and activities on all continents. Mohanji's vision is to raise the human awareness to the highest values of humanity, kindness, compassion, selflessness, unconditional love, and non-violence. As there are many types of people, Mohanji has also founded various platforms to add value to the world across a wide range of activities. Mohanji's mission is to bring back goodness and righteousness on earth and to shift the humankind to being kind humans. Join us and let's together bring kindness back.
Yeah, when life has purpose, and everything is purposeful, and everything has sense. By now, you would have guessed that this event is by women for women. And how do we describe this celebration? Well, a song can capture a true essence much better than just words. We are going to hear now a song, Hey Woman, which became an anthem of the festival. And I wrote this song as a gratitude to creation, to all women, mothers, sisters, daughters, as an anthem of the festival. Palak?
Well, Yelena, we are so happy that you wrote the song, and it's been it's truly a wonderful song, the way it came about, right? You were saying for the longest time you weren't getting the words, and then suddenly, in just a couple of hours, you said you want at least 2 months to write the song, and then just in a couple of hours you had the whole song ready.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for working from that source of inspiration, and let's enjoy our theme song by Hearts Liberated, Hey Women, and Yelena Fassbender. Kirti, could you please show us the song?
I am the one whom you can trust. Your mother, your sister, your daughter, your wife. I was created to give a life. Oceans and rivers came out of me. I have the power, oh, can't you see? I'm a survivor through time and space. I am your love, I have no race. Beaten and burned, I was standing all alone. But I have my sisters now with me. We won. Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make this world dance, dance, dance. Suffer through eons, my pain is real. But I'm not a victim, it's time to heal. Ignored and abandoned and treated as blind. But hey, I'm the source of mankind. You know my beauty with joyful tears, peaceful and calm. I have no fears. I'm there and I know and I feel and I can. You know my glory 'cause I am woman. I'm shining in white light and power and strong. All I need is a world full of love to be as one. Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make this world dance, dance, dance. Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make
woman. Hello. Back to the Festival of Womanhood, second edition. The theme of this festival, this year's festival, is honoring homemakers. Without further ado, we would like to start with our first panel of the day. What is true femininity? In this panel, we explore the rich tapestry of true femininity, navigating through empowerment, self-discovery, and the unique qualities that make each woman a force to be reckoned with in her own right. Moderator of this panel is my co-host, Palak. So let's start.
Thank you, Yelena. I hope all of you enjoyed this beautiful song. Can we have everyone on Spotlight, please? All the speakers. So welcome to this panel. It's a beautiful topic. The meaning of this topic is true femininity in today's world. Are we all able to see all the speakers? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. This topic has truly evolved and changed over a period of time. Femininity, what was known earlier and what is now, is very different. And we have such a beautiful, diverse group of people from all across the world today representing what true femininity stands for. And we're truly honored to have you with us today on International Women's Day. So I would like to introduce our first speaker, Devi Mohan. She is a multifaceted individual, a spiritual guide, seemingly balances roles of a wife, mother, humanitarian, an author, and traditional yoga teacher. Originating from war-torn Yugoslavia, her journey has transformed into a profound path of service. As a global ambassador of Mohanji Foundation and the president of ACT Foundation, Devi ji is dedicated to global charity work. She is also the co-founder of World Womanhood Project, and she leads transformative practices like conscious dancing, awakening yoga nidra, and also embraces holistic spirituality. She advocates for a dharmic living. Her autobiography, Home for a Refugee, reflects the heartfelt spirit of commitment, of turning pain into purpose. Devi embodies the message of live liberated and leave liberated. In one line of the key messages of her partner's philosophy, mohanji. Devi ji, very welcome to you. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, dear Palak.
We also have Jadranka with us, Jadranka Petrovic. And she is an intuitive life coach, a motivational speaker from Serbia. She has graduated law, but life moved her in another direction. She became an intuitive life coach, motivator, and public speaker. After years of living abroad, she moved back to Serbia and for years has been creating safe spaces for personal growth and development for people, both in the Balkans and internationally. She started her career 6 years ago in Sweden, and more than 8,000 people have gone to her workshop so far. I've personally seen her Instagram, and it is so engaging. Thank you, Jadranka, for joining us here today. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much. I feel honored and blessed to be here.
Likewise. Now we welcome Meher Malik, who is joining us from the mountain somewhere. Hi, Meher. Meher is a mover, mentor, mother, and a graduate in Buddhism studies. She's an accomplished belly dancer. We have seen her grow over the last few years incredibly. And as a researcher in chakra systems and energy work, she integrates both various modalities, right? So she specializes in conscious connected breath work, and she explores womb healing, sensual somatics, Zen practices, and the feminine and masculine polarity methods. The director of Studio Banjara, she's a co-founder at moksha in the movements and developments of chakras. 7-week chakra healing is the course she does. Committed to self-growth and conscious collective healing, Meher creates and embodies the heart and mind body experiences for her clients and embodying a passion for service to all sentient beings. Meher, so nice to have you with us. And last but not the least, we have Pritika Rao. Pritika is an award-winning Indian actress. She's known for the hit TV show, and she enjoys Bintaha and Be Intaha, and she enjoys the international acclaim of 10 countries, facilitated in the UK and Tanzania. She earned the prestigious awards, including the Zee Gold Best Debut and ITA Best Jury. Recognized amongst 50 best faces in India by Grazia magazine, Pritika has graced top colleges as chief guest. She is a diverse talent. She's been a teen model, a South actress, lead in Love Ka Hai Intezar, and she's also a singer. Last but not the least, she's also unique in her generation with her podcast. She records songs with Saregama India, pioneers astrology podcast. You must check out her Instagram and YouTube for her very, very knowledgeable podcasts. And she's been trending in India and getting popularity globally as well. Pritika, so nice to have you with us.
Thank you. My pleasure and honor to be here. It was wonderful to see your video, especially Mohanji's inspiring story. And the song on womanhood was really well written, very inspiring again. So I'm glad I am here today. Happy Women's Day, all of you.
Happy Women's Day. Well, we want to start, without further ado, we want to start with the first topic itself, right? What is true femininity? I'm going to just, open the show and ask the question to everyone. Please feel free to, converse with each other. So maybe, Pritika, you would want to tell us a little bit about what is true femininity in today's times for you?
So I think, somebody rightly put it across that, the whole concept of feminism has changed over the last few years. Like, especially Western women faced a lot of, oppression and discrimination, and they were not given equal rights and opportunities. Also, they were not allowed to vote. And also, there was gender bias where it came to even choosing professions. But now it's changing so rampantly that, some of these issues I don't think are, any longer that huge. Especially in my profession, if I can speak about myself, when I did television, Indian television is all about women, it's about the saas and the bahu, and, it's like women centric. So it's changing. It's changing for the better. But I definitely feel that, there was a time when women were racing to be like men, to dress like men, to be able to do the same thing like men do. But that's not really, that's not really what we need today. We need to maintain our, our essence and not lose it. And I think the essence of women, the true essence of women is this nurturing and caring nature that we all women have. And we should not lose or compromise on it, in our attempt to go out there in the world and establish ourselves, as working independent women. I definitely feel that we should keep a balance. We should be that perfect wife material, that perfect mother material. We should do all of that and maintain the balance. I think then that would be true, essence of feminism for me.
What are your thoughts, Meher?
Thank you, Pritika, for sharing that. Thank you so much. I would like to say that when we talk about femininity or masculinity, to be very honest, I think that isn't subject to just man and woman. femininity and masculinity are essences that are innate in all of us. They exist in all of us. We all come from a mother and a father. So femininity and masculinity both exist in us. But if we're talking about femininity from perspective to the woman, if you look at how femininity plays in a woman, is it naturally creates this body that makes space for something to grow in it. So for me, I truly believe that to heal this collective sisterhood, it's this recognition that our bodies are designed to make space, to expand, to be all inclusive, to nurture. And that being said, I think that femininity to me now, if I had to define this, would be that I make space for the other woman to be who she wants to be. Her choices and her life and her decisions, what she wears, how she speaks, cannot be my playground of judgment. And by nature, if femininity is about being fluid, because that's when we talk about masculine and feminine polarity, if femininity is about fluidity, and if it's about this expansion and this all-encompassing nature, just like nature, like I'm looking at a pine tree right in front of me right now, if that's what its inherent nature is, then I feel like that's what we must practice as well, is to allow, not just allow, who are we to allow, but to make space for women to be who they want to be without the judgment. Yeah.
Very insightful, Meher. Thank you. Devi ji, you have such a vast experience of dealing with all kinds of women across the world. What are your thoughts on the subject?
Yes, first of all, thank you all for coming together in this online space, which is nevertheless so real for all of us, because we are the masters of holding space as women. And on today's day, we come together to support one another, to express our sisterhood and our love. And I'm right now in the office of director of a women's prison. So I'm reporting live from a prison for women. And it's an interesting energy to be in for a Womanhood Festival. If you ask me what is femininity, the first image that comes in the mind and a feeling that associated with it is a goddess with multidimensional arms. And I believe that every woman embodies a goddess. As I was growing up, I didn't really, nobody ever told me that, and I never had this idea. And the first time this idea came to me was when I received my very first Shaktipad, energy transfer to the third eye and crown from Mohanji. And the great master Shirdi Baba appeared and he spoke through Mohanji, and he told him, the highest version of you is Devi, or that time he said Mother Mary. And later on, I have understood that for me, Mother Mary is actually not a historic figure of Mother Mary, but Devi herself, Divine Mother in all her aspects. So as women, we embody all the aspects of Devi as Parashakti. And especially, as Meher said, it's that masterhood in holding space and being so expanded, so embracing, that we really allow for the creation to happen. We allow for the beauty to manifest in this world. And aside from holding space, we are also masters of transitions. So we are that force that flows through any obstacle, the river that flows through around any rock, any obstacle, and finds its way through. So such is the power of the woman. She can never be beaten. As Elena beautifully sang this song, you can be beaten many times, but you always emerge back strong. There is that Shakti, and it's felt in every woman. And every woman plays so many roles. But in the end, she knows she's much more than any of those roles. So we can never be confined as just the mothers, just the office women, just the wives. We are so much more, and we know it. And we are here as sisters to hold space for one another, to connect with that Shakti and just be that.
Wow. It's so powerful to hear such diverse experiences from all of you, but at the same time, somehow they all come together. And Yeah, Dranka, we would want to know from you what does true femininity mean for you?
First of all, thank you so much. I already learned a lot, and I'm just like, my whole body is just feeling so much. And I will say three words right now: being alive in my body, voice, and have right. I will explain why the voice. I grew up without a mother. My mom died of cancer, so I grew up with my father and two older brothers. And they loved me very much, but I grew up in very patriarchal environment. And always I felt like you cannot do that because you are a woman. You cannot say that because you're a woman. You cannot wear that because you're a woman. And the fact I'm standing here today with all of you, with my beloved Devi, who I learned a lot from, and speak and have my face on and have my dad in another room supporting me, being the woman I am today, it's the true femininity is my voice. And also you see me, but you see my mother in me, you see my grandmother in me, you see hundreds of women who lived before me and had to go through everything they had to go through so I can be here today. And the right and the power I had the courage to step into, to be the woman I am today, to cherish myself, to explore myself, to learn what that being a woman means to me growing up in Balkans and then changing the environment to Scandinavia that is totally opposite. So I will definitely say it's a voice, it's warmth, it's a strength, but also in the same time, it's a beautiful vulnerability, and it's definitely the right to be my authentic self. And through that authenticity, to heal all the ancestors who lived before me and who are living today through me.
So you really had to go within, find your center, and talk from a space of insight and finding yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's amazing. We all have to face this at some point, and we are so honored to have women with us here who resonate with us. And all our audiences who are watching here, please feel free to, share your thoughts and comments. There are thousands of women all across the world who are listening to this. And even if we can transform one woman's life into believing into themselves from these stories, we would think that this event is a success. So please do share your thoughts with us. You may find more people with you in the community, and that's our whole aim, to create a global community. We would come to Pritika now. Pritika, as an Indian actress who's accomplished, and people often have expectations from actresses, right? How do you navigate societal expectations while still staying true to your authentic expression of femininity?
When it comes to society and its expectations, we live in a society, right? We live in a community, and we have to respect that. So me as an actor, I have personally, and I can speak about myself and for myself, I have been very careful about how I use my profession. Because for me, ever since my childhood, everything was from the karmic point of view, everything. Even at the age of 11, when I gave up eating non-vegetarian food, everything was, the entire lens was a karmic lens to life. So when it comes to even my profession, I am very, very conscious and careful what kind of roles I accept as an actor, because I do believe that we are very strong influencers, and there are, there are people watching us who are, young adults, who are teenagers, who are at the age of 10, 11, 12, and then of course senior citizens as well. So you impact them with the kind of roles you choose to play, the kind of characters you choose to play on screen, and of course with your body language, your outfits, your everything. It's all out there, making an impact. So I personally have been very careful because I feel that I am responsible enough not to, have a wrong impact on anyone, people from different age groups with my profession as an actor. So I
It
have
does
been
that
very
restrict you a little bit? I mean,
sorry.
isn't that as an influencer, a lot of people are willing to broaden their horizon to take more opportunities. But do you ever feel that saying no to so much, having the power of having a larger influence, do you ever feel restricted or
Um, well, you need to first believe in it. It's not something that you do for somebody else. It's first something that you do for yourself. So I have said no to a large number of offers because even today, offers come along with a certain package. There are certain set of rules for actors. You are supposed to be brazen and have no inhibitions when it comes to wearing costumes or different kind of portraying different kind of romantic scenes. You really don't have a say because it's all on contract today. So even before getting there, you have to tell or ask yourself, are you prepared? Are you compromising on your comfort space or the set of ethics that you or principles that you have in your life? Because we all are very different, right? I personally am a very conservative, old school, old fashioned person, and I cannot compromise on that comfort space for fame, name, to be seen or to get that kind of role. I cannot. And I think I am proof that I have said no to a lot of roles, or a lot of offers, which I was not comfortable in acting or taking up. So, yes, societal pressures is not something that bothers me. I think it's my own mindset. It's my own like I take it upon myself as a responsibility that my actions should not impact somebody negatively in their life, and also in the perception of women, because today I feel that with our own actions as influencers, with our own, the way we dress, all of that, we have we create a very different perception out there for the younger generation. The way they will perceive women, the way they will look at women, everything is changing, and women are responsible for that. I think women should take a certain amount of responsibility for the way they choose to impact teenagers, children, young adults. The phone is there in everybody's hands today. Yes.
Yeah. Pritika, we're so proud of you standing up for what you believe in. It really takes courage, and that's a huge inspiration for everyone.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you said that, because there are people out there who actually write to me that don't lose this innocence or don't take up this kind of roles. Not only to me, it happened even to my sister, Amrita. She would be flooded with emails where there would be guys who would write to her, don't lose your innocence, don't take up those kind of roles, that has exposing and all of that. It's a package deal. Glamour, the glamour industry is a package deal of all of that. So yes, you have to have your career, but there should be a certain amount of and you should be definitely, you should stand up for what you feel. I didn't want to ever bring myself to a point where I look back, down the lane, memory lane, like 10 years back, I look back and say, what was I doing? Why did I do this? I don't feel good about it anymore, So I'm glad I never did that, or to myself with the choices I made. Yes.
Lovely. Meher, you have a large following as well, and you have been in touch with all sorts of women, right? You yourself have chosen a very bold path of teaching people to embrace their femininity and belly dancing. Do you think that people have now grown and they have understood the understanding of femininity has evolved over the years?
My path has always been the path of rebellion. It
Very
has always
contrasting
been.
element.
Yes, exactly. I was just thinking when I was listening to Pritika ji, and I was listening, and I was like, oh my God, my life has been exactly the opposite. I came into a country and I brought belly dance with me into the country of India, and everybody was just like shocked. And I experienced racism in my own country because they told me that how can a brown girl belly dance? And I experienced that in my own country. And I was like, of course you can belly dance. The color of your skin doesn't decide if you can belly dance or not. And it was extremely strange. It was extremely strange because there were so many parameters. There was no difference for them between a belly dancer and a sex worker. According to Indians at that point of time, they only thought that it was dancers who came in from Russia or Ukraine that could belly dance. Nobody from any other country could belly dance. So there was so many misconceptions and myths. But I never saw these as problems. To be very, very honest, I never saw these as problems because I've always realized that the inability of society to see something for what it is simply merely ignorance. Merely. It's not good or bad. It's just ignorance. It's not knowing better. That's it. And so I took that as an opportunity actually to change minds around belly dance, to help people recognize that this is a dance form that really is womb connection. And when you say femininity, how can you minus sensuality from it? It is the basic nature of femininity, and there's no way to minus the two from one another. So I would say yes, the country's come a far way. Huge. I would say that belly dance wasn't just a dance form in India, it was a revolution. It was a means to do something greater. It wasn't just about the dance, it was about helping women say no. And I'll tell you why. Because when women went on stage to belly dance many, many years back, they'd have their boyfriends or husbands or fathers tell them that you can't wear that, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. So it became a place for women to own their own bodies and say, I'm going to wear this costume, I'm going to dance on stage, and the public's going to watch me, and I'm going to have a good time doing that. So I think that what belly dance did was give women the opportunity to say no, that this body is mine and I reclaim it for myself. And I choose to do what I want to do with it. And I think that that's what it is in the end. In the end, I think that that kind of openness is happening. It's every day is a changing day. And I think it's best to let women decide what to do with their bodies and how to be.
Absolutely. When we see you dancing, it's more like you're celebrating your own self than doing it for someone else, right? And
of course. Of course. I mean, why? What is not to celebrate in this body? My breasts become a kitchen. My womb can have a belly. My yoni can, bring forth life. I mean, what is not to celebrate?
The perception. Beautiful, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. Deviji would ask you now, you have been conducting women's circles and, you believe in the power of women, bringing women together, right? And it's so peaceful when you are conducting a safe space for women to talk. So how important do you feel such gatherings are? And can you share more details about this?
Yes, I feel this is probably one of the most important movements on planet Earth right now. Not giving importance to myself and what I do, but exactly what Meher just spoke. Bringing back sexuality's sacred dimension, reintroducing it for the men and for the women is the number one topic in the world today. We all know how much of perversion there is, pornification, sexual objectivization of women. And until we heal that, and until we introduce dance as the most ancient form of feminine expression, authentic, beautiful, elevated, that used to be the introduction of men into sexuality in a very healthy way. And it was removed because porn industry and patriarchy took that over. We reclaim it now, not out of revenge, but simply we as women need to remove the shaming from our yoni We need to connect with the curves of our body, with our juiciness, and see it as sacred. And until we achieve that, we will not be able to break through this dominance of patriarchy. And now, after so many thousands of years, we are energetically and collectively entering the space where we can do that. And I started with women's circles like almost a year ago, and it has just completely consumed me. I find it difficult now to do something else because I see the importance. I see how much the energy comes through when we first dance and connect with the yoni, and then we sit and we open up in that vulnerability, and we help each other, holding the sacred space. We help each other to heal. We help each other to come into that clarity. And that womanhood as sisterhood is the most powerful force on earth today. I feel that this is where the peace will be restored, that this is where we open the gates of golden age. So a very big responsibility on women today. And that is why we also felt it's so important for us together in this festival to just understand what a role we have to play and why. And not only all mohanji programs, but most other spiritual circles in the world, it's like 80% women. You see women showing up for any serious work on yourself. There's always women because we feel the calling. We know deep inside it's our responsibility. And we are not here to blame the men and patriarchy. We are simply saying it is the time. We come out of a space of maturity and ability to take responsibility, not out of revenge and bitterness, right? So that's the difference. So in women's circles, we nurture that Shakti in one another and that clarity. And every time we come out of a women's circle, we feel so empowered and so nurtured and so connected, It's just mind-boggling. So I feel so honored to be in that space and to be an instrument of women's circles. And as I said, Red Tent movement, Me Too movement, all these are just signs that we are ready, we are there.
So Diviji, do you feel that, the true change should not come out of, another rebellion or another, standing up against it? It's something which women can feel within themselves, transform through women's circles, and then naturally they will express? Or how else do they convey that they are holding their power?
Yes. When we had the initial feminism movement, it was a bit of, it came more out of that space of desperation and revenge and a need to break through. But it kind of went into the direction of masculinization of women, women elbowing their way through the corporate ladders, through, the patriarchal structures. And now the time has come when we said, okay, we can get the education now, at least in most of the countries. And we do have certain rights, but we don't want to lose the feminine qualities because we are functioning as per the patriarchal rules. We reestablish the rules, and we claim that space because we are masters of holding space. We create a space where women can emerge in authentic expression, as Jadranka said. We don't want to be masculine. We don't want to elbow our way through. When I connect with my yoni and when I connect with my curves and my natural feminine nature, I see a great power in that. I don't need to be a man and use a man's way to make my way through. And I also don't need to compete with other women for anything. We stand together in sisterhood and we inspire one another to be authentic, true, courageous, just without all the masks, all the, so that culture where woman is just sexual object with bloated lips and, accentuated curves as per the rules of porn industry, we change that now into actual celebration of feminine beauty. And what Meher said, the dance, saying, this is my body. I deep inside remember, I don't know, it is in my consciousness. I remember high priestesses dancing in temples. Dance belongs to temples because woman is a goddess. Dance belongs to temples Dance belongs to most sacred locations and spaces because that beauty is so overwhelmingly powerful and so inspiring that it needs to be worshipped, it needs to be admired, not as a sexual object, but as beauty itself. Those are the curves where the space of the yoni holds the space for a child to come through. And this is just like a black hole of the universe. It's completely beyond mind's comprehension. It will never be understood what yoni is. That space is so powerful, and the curves of the body are just like dancing around. It's like a galaxy moving through, and this black hole, the yoni, is right there, and it emanates its energy. And the movement of the woman and her curves are there to show the beauty of creation, the beauty of life, the beauty of sacred space, you know. So that is like heaven inside our body, which we then allow to radiate its energy, and we create heaven on earth. So this is where the dance is the prime expression, and then it comes through the voice, because yoni also connects with the vocal cords. There's a profound connection, and the woman's voice and her creative power. This is so beautiful. And when that comes through, ignited by the heart and selflessness, we have a really beautiful world. That's where we allow our men to be truly men, and then women can play their role. So that Shiva Shakti balance is reestablished within individual and then within society. And that's why I always say women are the pillars of peace in the world. We can't have the peace if it's defined by patriarchal norms and the military boots. You know, peace comes only with the balance of masculine and feminine.
Yeah, that's amazing. What you said really touched my heart, and I'm sure a lot of hearts in the audience as well. Those in the audience who are watching this, please feel free to ask questions to our speakers. We request if they would be able to share their comments on them later on, but we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. And thank you so much, Deviji, for that insightful talk. We now come to the last question from Yadranka. We've had such variety of expressions here of what is true femininity, and you yourself have been creating spaces and programs for women to truly be themselves, right? What are some of the challenges that you have overcome, and how do you deal with this to let them be themselves?
First of all, I want to say big thanks to everyone who spoke. I feel so inspired, and this is just amazing space and place to be. One of the first challenges is always fear of being judged and fear of being ridiculed. How I will look, how my body will look, what I will say. Am I allowed to say that? What other women or men, but if it's women's circle, what will other women compete with me? How they will check on me, how they will think about me. So the fear itself of being authenticity, me, is one of the biggest challenges. And how I went through is showing myself, showing my heart. I grew up without a mother. She was sick. I talk about my family. I talk about my challenges. I offer open arms and I offer an open heart. And I show my own vulnerability is my biggest strength, because as we hear now, like Devi talks and we react because I hear myself within her. So if one woman stands in front of the others and say, hey, you're welcome into my arms, you're welcome into my life, you're welcome into my mistakes, I'm opening myself to you. I'm a human being under that body that I show, and under my intelligence and under of my soul, some sister will recognize herself in me, and she will feel maybe for the first time. So many times happened in the years before that many women on my workshop said, okay, I'm now ready after 20 or 30 years to say my truth for the first time. I was raped, or this happened to me, or I survived this. And the moment that empowers other sisters around that person is healing the planet Earth, and is the thing that Devi said, that's what will cure us all. And how Mohanji said beautifully, we are humankind, we have to become kind humans. So in those kind of workshops, I try to create a safe space so they can feel safe to come in their authentic self, to embrace their darkness, to embrace their mistakes, to allow themselves to ugly cry or move their body how they want, to allow themselves to feel pleasure, to allow themselves to talk with another. And when you feel safe, and sometimes most of us don't feel safe in our biological families. That's what I experienced in mine, because I grew up with 3 men who I repeat, they loved me and they do love me now, but they couldn't understand me. I didn't have any female figure in my life, so I had to learn from beautiful ladies like you today, and I thank you all again. So when you have one woman open to share everything she is, that's God to me. That healed me. The fact about me that I talk about publicly is that 8 years ago I almost committed suicide. And when I was going through the healing process, actually women who came out of who they are and who talked about their life and their insecurities and everything they went through saved me. Because I said, okay, if this woman can change something, if there is one woman in the world who lives something that I want to live, I can hold on to that. I can try to learn that. And if there is no woman living what I want to live, I will be the first one. I will show some other sister, tomorrow my daughter, how it can be done. So safety, warmth feeling, welcome feeling, you're safe here, you have soul family, you have sisterhood, you have a space for you have a space for your pain, you have a space for your tears, you have a space for your pleasures. You're welcome here. That would be my answer.
That's beautiful. That's actually, you've summed it up very beautifully. We've all come together to create a safe space for women, so that even if you find one friend, who can, I mean, what you said was not small, right? You were almost going to commit suicide, but you found somebody. One person makes a whole difference. So, well, thank you for pouring your heart out. We really appreciate it.
Thank you
with
for
this,
listening.
thank you. With this, we come to the end of this panel, and our heartfelt thank you to all of you. Please stay on for the whole event. It will go on till evening, and please share your thoughts with us, your wisdom with us. And once again, thank you so much for all of you for being here. Over to you, Yelena. Thank you, everyone. Great. So now we ask Yelena to introduce the next panel for us.
Yelena, you're muted.
Yelena is muted, so.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah, what a panel, what a conversation, amazing. I was not planning to cry, but I was crying. And I just want to say that there is something tremendous happens in us women when we come together. We experienced that moment this summer together with David's program, Circles. This is amazing when women hug each other, touch each other in a very feminine way, noble way. It's fantastic. And let's go to our next panel. I'm very excited. This was an amazing topic. Thank you, ladies. Our next topic is, can homemakers effectively manage their personal, professional, and social life without burnout? Our panelists, each bringing a unique perspective, and will share their experiences and strategies. And the host of this panel is our dear Paula. So let's go to the second panel. Hello, ladies.
Well, namaste, I'm back, but this will be the second panel I host, promise. We really want to welcome warmly everybody who is here. You will be shortly after this panel also listening to Mohanji's very inspiring message on what is the importance of homemakers today. And That's precisely what we want to talk about. Homemakers are often underrated. They are not always, appreciated. So we would just like to welcome all our speakers, and if our moderators could just spotlight all the speakers as well. Welcome, Sulosh.
Thank you.
So lovely to see you.
With two sense.
So Sulesh is joining us from South Africa today. This panel, as Yelena just said, this is about creating a balancing act. How does somebody balance being a mother, a homemaker, at the same time have a professional life, at the same time be in part of the society? So how do women really balance all of them? Without further ado, I'll introduce our speakers. We have today with us Gargi Saha. Gargi ji is UNICEF's dedicated child protection officer in Patna, Bihar, and she brings with her 22 years of experience championing children's rights. A former college hostel president and Atlas Corps fellow, Gargi is celebrated for her compassionate leadership. With over 2 decades in child protection, including 13 years with UNICEF in Chhattisgarh and Bihar, she advocates for marginalized communities in India and Ethiopia. She's recognized amongst 50 dynamic women. She received the US Embassy Award, and she has been thrice invited by Scotland Police for anti-trafficking efforts in India. Gargi ji, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
We also have with us Dr. Geeta Malhotra. Mrs. Geeta Malhotra, she is Read India's country director since 2008, and she spearheads the establishment of the community library and resource centers in rural India. With 55 such centers in 15 states, she emphasizes the shift from traditional reading to community resilience. Geeta is a mentor to librarians across Southeast Asia through Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's Global Library Program. With a rich background, including roles at Population Foundation of India and One World South Asia, she strategically plans, builds donor relationships and networks for Read India's impactful programs, reaching to over 500,000 people since 2014 through CSR initiatives. Dr. Geeta, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
We also have Sulosh Pillai with us, whom we just saw. Sulosh is so inspiring and so humble. Well, she's the president of Daughters of Africa and a vice president of ACT Foundation, South Africa. She boasts a 35-year-old track record in community development and project management. A public relations graduate, she led South African Brewers corporate social investment projects, fostering peace and unity with programs like Ubuntu. With the diploma in HIV care and counseling, she collaborated closely with Nelson Mandela and King Goodwill, and she is an ambassador of Cancer Advocate. Sulosh is also a Reiki master. She guides cancer and diabetes campaigns for innovation across the health trade. Now, Daughters of South Africa, under her leadership, also addresses health disparities, poverty, and implements impactful programs, earning her prestigious awards. And this is me really shortening, the kind of awards and accolades she's won, but earning her prestigious awards like Mayor's Awards for Excellence, Peacock Award, and the Women of Substance Awards in 2023. Sulosh, so lovely to have you here with us.
Thank you so much, Falak. Namaste to everybody. Thank you. It's really brilliant to be with such inspiring people. Like the first panel was truly amazing. Thank you so much for allowing me to share today.
Thank you for joining us. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Tasneem Sharif. Dr. Tasneem is representing, she's also the vice president of the Indian Diplomacy Club, who is our partner in Diplomatic Club, who is our partner in this event. So a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Tasneem. And thank you so much for all your support in spreading kindness to the whole world. Dr. Tasneem is a gold medalist. She's a law doctorate holder and is a company secretary and IIM Calcutta alumni with over 20 years of diverse experience. As Secretary General for the Diplomatic Club, she promotes international trade and youth diplomacy, transforming numerous cooperations globally. A special invitee for the 78th UN General Assembly, she focuses on sustainable development goals. Recognized with the Nelson Mandela Gold Medal, her expertise lies in compliance, funding for startups, MSMEs, and corporate global growth. Dr. Tasneem, so lovely to have you here with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing me here, this lovely panel.
We saw your video about, you explained it just in a GIF when you introduced the importance of this panel. So I would like to actually start with you right away and to ask you that, you come from a joint family and we look at your diverse profile but you play so many diverse roles. But at the same time, you're doing so much for the world, right? You also managed to support us for this festival. You also managed to be here for this event. So how do you manage this?
Yeah, good question. Very good afternoon to everyone. I hope it's afternoon for everyone. We are participating from across the globe. There's a saying which says, a strong woman stands for herself and a stronger woman stands for everyone else. I believe we all are stronger and we can help each other and stand for everyone. If we look at our daily routine, when we get up, we act as a cook, we wash clothes, we iron, we wash dishes, clean the floor, we act as a caretaker, tutor, gardener, nurse, mother, sister, wife, moderator, motivator. I mean, we are inbuilt to be diversified multitasker. As a woman, we are blessed to be a multitasker. So we not only manage family life, personal life, social life, professional life, spiritual life, and yes, social media life also. So we are expertise in managing everything. I'm sure if you had seen my profile, I'm with God's grace, I'm a successful company secretary, a corporate advocate. I'm managing diplomat relations through the diplomatic club, which has partnered with the Mohanji Foundation. And we are closely working with MSMEs, National Commission Women, UN SDG goals. So I cover everything, empowering women, educating students. So it is not a difficult task when you take up the challenge. So the 3 mantras which I follow is identify your responsibilities, prioritize the hierarchy, and plan the execution with proper time blocking. Time blocking helps to complete the immediate task. And of course, family support goes a long way. I'm sure it helped this reply.
So Dr. Tasneem, is there ever a time where, do you feel that women just take on multiple roles more easily, or they are mentally more prepared because they also have to look after the family, and somewhere, even globally, they play a role of being the nurturer, right? So making sure everybody is taken care of. So does it come naturally to us? That's why we are able to take it on without any complaints and criticism? Or do you think that it's something which, only ambitious women aim to do something like this?
No, it is inbuilt, Palak. I mean, as I said, we almost completely do more than 20 activities on a daily basis, 20 different roles when we get up from bed. And if I'm the sole housewife, it's only that the professional life is not there. But at the same time, I'm managing my family life, my personal life, my social life, my spiritual life. It's only the professional part is not coming. So we are inbuilt to perform diversified roles. We have that strength and courage.
So even as housewives, homemakers don't get enough credit sometimes because they are managing so many things. It's a as Mohanji says, it's a 24-hour job, but there are no breaks, nothing. And that is something which sometimes they don't get enough credit for. And I want to come to Sulush for this. How can homemakers serve a higher purpose in the society?
Look, I think if you need a textbook example of somebody that did so many things wrong when I started, I think I'm really the textbook example of that. So for me, there was just so many things that I learned via trial and error. But there are certain things, we have theories on what we can do in order to manage our time and in order to be effective as homemakers as well as in community development. But for me, there was a defining moment, and I want to share that because for me, that's practically what defined where I went and how I changed my perspective. And I'm a workaholic in any event. So for me, it was a very difficult task to balance everything together, doing all these social services. Social services in itself is really a full-time 24/7 job. So you're there every day doing what you do the best and you think you're doing the best. But there's so many things that comes with that space. So for me, I just want to share some of the things that actually steered me where I got that balance. And I then became a more balanced person in doing what I needed to do. So when I was doing community projects and we were building a creche in a rural area somewhere in KwaZulu-Natal, which is in South Africa. And we got to hear while we were at the project that there's this old woman that's living with 24 children and looking after 24 children and a husband. And, they were on the poverty level. They didn't have food. And she was then looking after all these kids. And, my GM was there and we had some time to spare. And I said, let's go down and see her. Let's go and meet this family and see what intervention we can do in terms of our corporate responsibility portfolio. So we took a drive there. And when we went there, I saw this it's a wooden iron house. It's when you say rural, it's like your slums. It's that kind of concept in India. So it's that kind of home that was there. It was a tin house, and she was busy inside. So we went in, and all these kids were sitting, the face really long, longing for something to eat. Obviously, they haven't eaten for a long time. And the husband was really in bed, and you can see he's already messed and needed change or whatever. And here was this lady in another room doing, well, when I say room, it's a partition. It's really not a room. She was in there busy beading. And I brought the beads so I can show you. It's these kind of things that are made. It's beadwork that is done. I've got one on as well. So she was busy beading in a corner of another partition. And I went and we said hello to everybody. And then when she finished, she turned around and she looked at us. And I said, and we call the elderly in Zulu, in the Zulu language, Gogo. So I said, Gogo, how do you manage to do this? You've made this beautiful, and I wear quite a lot of stuff that she makes. So you managed to sit in the corner here and bead this intricate, beautiful piece. How do you do that when your husband's calling for your attention on the one side, and there you have the kids that needing food? And she made such a statement that had such a profound effect on me as a person. She said, when I bead, I bead. In other words, when I bead, I bead. I am here fully to do what I'm doing at that particular junction. And it was a lesson that I carried with me after that forever, because then it actually allowed me that space to block out noise, block out everything else, and do what we need to do. And Palak, for me, I must say, a colleague of mine once said to me, you're such a blessed person because you get paid to go to heaven, go to heaven. And indeed, it was like that because my job was my passion. Community development is something I live, breathe, and eat. And as I said, I'm a textbook example of not having a balanced life when it came to that. So I eventually had to try and steer my life. And one other example is, as people say, I didn't do this and I tried to balance everything. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes you're going to mess up, right? You're going to make mistakes. It's okay. You need to learn from that. And one drastic one I did, and my daughter will tell you that at any time, she was busy going, going for extra lessons. And I was supposed to pick her up after one of my events. And, when I looked at my watch, oh my God, it's already 10. And she was fuming there. Oh my God, my mother left me. And I then phoned somebody and said, please fetch my child and I'll fetch it from you. And she was really tearing at that point, and mom had left her behind. But what I'm trying to say in that is it also needs a community of people, a support base for you in order to do what you do. And for me, that support base they say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village, in fact, to raise anybody or raise anyone, any family. So for us, having that example of somebody that could quickly go and pick her, and then I can pacify her by buying an ice cream, it just bridged the whole gap. So yes, there are academic ways you can say, priorities, establishing priorities and time management, all of that. But I think the reality is what you experience on the ground. And those are lessons you carry forever. And I think at my next point, I'm speaking too much right now, but I'll tell you about my path with mohanji and how then that took me a step further in my search to find balance. But for now, I don't think I want to hog this particular section.
This beautiful, and actually, our next panelist, Dr. Geeta Malhotra, that's the same question I was going to ask her. That how do you avoid burnout, right? You balance it so beautifully. It takes a village. There are multiple people involved. But I remember this quote by Oprah. She says, you have to fill it your cup. You yourself have to be stable and balanced. Only then can you give, because being a homemaker, you're the center, you're affecting too many lives around you. So we could probably hear from you, Dr. Geeta. How does one avoid burnout?
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I am on the road. Actually, I committed for this womanhood workshop, but then I got an invite from Himachal Pradesh to join a global conference. So I'm on my way to Himachal, but I really wanted to attend this too. That's why this is how I'm balancing my life, because the conference I'm going to attend is for 500,000 women for whom I'm looking for support in the villages. So I wanted to go there and attend it. See, I was not like that when I initiated the social work, but the social work only taught me how to balance my life, because there are emergencies, there are people who need me more than my family. So I made my family understand, yes, those women or those children have much more problems than you. Let me go and be with them. And it's a wonderful journey of more than 3 decades in my life, working with the next million women who are staying in rural areas. And I'm working with 300 villages and, more than 50,000 women, transforming their lives and making them understand how to balance their lives, because they get up in the morning at 4 o'clock, rear the animals, take care of the family, home, cook, and then I tell them to come and learn a skill, because that skill is your time. That skill will enable you for social and economic development. And when you have both these qualities of social equity and economic equity in your life, you will transform your life on your own. So I'm enabling them to transform their own, being with them, taking leadership sessions with them, making them understand what are the challenges they are facing and how to mitigate those challenges on their own by empowering them socially, economically, as well as mentally.
That's just amazing. That's almost, you just, in a nutshell, you're saying if your purpose is strong, then you're automatically recharged, then you don't need any external motivation. You can avoid burnout by solidifying your purpose.
Yes, yes. And I just wanted to add here that we have to see women unbiased. We have to see with the lens of equity, because they have equal rights as the other people have. And then provide a safe space for them to explore, to learn, to skill themselves, and develop a wisdom for their own life. And we should value that contributions they are making in their own lives, as well as the lives of the family, the community, as well as the whole world, I should say that.
Beautiful, beautiful. So that brings me to, the last panelist of today's session, Gargi Saha. Gargi, you have been living with your partner and working in another state, and you balancing act is even more complicated. So, how do you do this? How do you manage your personal and social life effectively?
Yeah, thank you so much, Palak and Mohanji Foundation for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be, to have this feeling of solidarity with women, who are like-minded. When I was listening to the first panel, I must say this, I was thinking of the number of girls and women, who don't even get to know what their femininity means. And in every 4 minutes in India, as per the statistics, one woman or a girl is getting raped or sexually harassed. So I mean, why I'm saying is that is the constituency, that is the target audience that I'm working with, and it's been a very long. It's not such a long journey, but like in terms of the depth and the intensity, it has been because I started working when I was in my very early in my 20s. I was 22, and I just jumped from my master's and started into social work without even knowing or understanding what that was. So for me, marriage came later. For me, it was all work, 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 and it was not like a 9 to 5 job from the very beginning. It was like a cause. And I got like so much of satisfaction of actually going, rescuing those girls or children or advocating for them at various platforms. But then marriage happened, and because all of us here are women and our biological clock starts ticking, and you're in your 20s and late 20s, and I had that pressure, from my family and everyone that, oh, you need to get married and stuff like that. But I am so immensely thankful to my partner for giving. I mean, I know, this is no one is giving anyone any opportunity, but still, whatever said or done, this is a patriarchal society. We have to agree. And in order to balance home and family, I do need, that agreement and that kind of a consent from my partner and also family, because in India, you're not only married to one person, you're married to an entire, family. And apart from that, I have my own family, my own parents, and it has been at times when I'm in a double L3 emergency, like last year, I was in Africa, in Ethiopia, and I was a drought's focal point. And my manager is making a presentation because she was leaving for Ukraine. And, I was keeping back my tears, and I was like so full because I was listening to the presentation, and at the same time, my dad was on the operation seat, and my sister is sending me a message that do I sign on the agreement, whether he should get stents or not in his heart. I mean, just imagine. So I was, it has been a very, very difficult job. I must say, it's not so easy. We definitely glorify, homemakers and balancing women, job and family and everything, but we do burn out. I must say, I have burnt out a lot of times. I still do. But I have my own mechanisms because past couple of years I've been living on my own, in very difficult state context. Bihar is not an easy state. It's a very, very patriarchal state. People, those who know India would know. But then I have, and before this I was in Chhattisgarh. That's a Naxal affected, state, a different kind of a context. But what I do a lot of reading, writing. I love, I'm a trained dancer and also a singer, and I try and practice these along with some meditation, walking. I have been an athlete when in school and college. So I try and do these things to gain my energy back, because I feel, my purpose in life is much larger. And I always felt, even as a child, that, my life does not belong to one person or one family. It extends to a lot of people. So yeah, so.
I mean, thank you so much, and for being very vulnerable and honest with us about the fact that all of us do burn out. It's gatherings like these when we see somebody so accomplished like you trying to balance, but also saying, I have my moments, but you need to deal with it. You need to just take a pause, but not a full stop, and keep going on. That it really gives the courage to people who are, in our audience also listening to this. With this, we come to the end of this panel. Does anybody want to share Any last message for our audience?
I'm afraid we don't have. Okay. All right.
Well, I think that, well, thank you so much in that case for all the panelists for being here with us. And again, Dr. Tasneem, would you like to just close this panel and just share your last thoughts with us?
Yeah, exactly. Wherever I go in every panel, I say that follow these 5D mantras, even for the youngsters or women, having a clear dream, determination, dedication, discipline, and dare to do. Nothing will stop you in wherever you are. When it is a gender parity world, everyone will try to pull you down. Follow your heart, follow your soul. That's it. Happy Women's Day to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity once again.
Happy Women's Day.
Thank you so much. Happy Women's Day, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you
everyone.
Thank you.
for this wonderful panel. Thank you, Dr. Tasneem, for this wonderful message. We are going further. Well, this is the second edition of our festival, but the previous edition's theme of the festival was celebration of motherhood, recognizing it as the nurturing force that shapes future global leaders and fosters peace and harmony worldwide. Throughout the event, incredible moments unfolded, featuring remarkable guests who added depth and insight to discussions surrounding this essential topic. Join us as we take a glimpse into the captivating highlights and unforgettable moments from the first Festival of Womanhood, where the power of women and the importance of motherhood took center stage in a celebrating of strength, resilience, and unity. Enjoy. Kirti? Can we have the video, please?
Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make this world dance, dance, dance.
We are opening the gates of women stepping into our power, combined with purest of love.
You know you are successful when we live a purpose-driven life, not lose something of yourself in the pursuit of success, and live with integrity, honor, and honesty.
I feel if a true woman has the potential to forget all the things that have been said to her and done to her, she has all the right to achieve what she wants and be successful in anything she is.
You are only in control of your own self. What's happening within yourself, literally within your spinal column, within your energy centers. You can't control or change anyone else. You can only change yourself.
The brain in every moment knows perfectly what it needs to be doing, but we need to be super relaxed, and this is what reflexology does.
When I'm in the state of calm and peace, I'm able to handle anything better. And it also gives me insight about what I can do more.
We can always grow and be a better and bigger human beings.
We can insist on our rights, but other living beings can't do that because their voices aren't heard even when they scream.
For me, being plant-based is such a wonderful commitment because it means that I'm committed to non-violence.
Where every action you take as a woman as a human being, will touch the lives of someone else.
We can actually explore our motherhood potential through our creativity, through being maybe motherly to other people, through being caring and nurturing.
And when we become mothers, that power that was already there, that was on low, the dial turns up, because now we're motivated not just for ourselves, but for our kids and the world that we leave behind for them.
And if all the women come together, you'll actually be able to collectively fight for the biases that so many women are facing, right? So collaboration is sort of the way to go forward.
Our voice would be stronger. You have it in you. Just go ahead and follow your dreams. They will come true. Just get after it.
Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make this world dance, dance, dance. Woman, together forever. Hey woman.
Fantastic memories. Wasn't that amazing? When I remember, brings a lot of smiles on my face. We are going to our next panel. True femininity flourishes when anchored in self-belief. Our next panel, Developing Self-Belief, delves into the transformative power of confidence and resilience, equipping women to navigate a world where breaking barriers and redefining norms is not only encouraged, but essential. The moderator is our lovely Arushi. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Yelena, for that wonderful introduction to our panel. So today we have with us an amazing panel, some amazing panelists, and a very important discussion to be had, as Saroni shared in her lovely Instagram video. Welcome, everyone. Warm welcomes to this insightful panel discussion on the importance of self-belief, a woman's perspective in today's times. We have with us 3 panelists, esteemed women, accomplished women from various fields, who will share their experiences and their insights on how self-belief has shaped their journeys. We will explore the unique challenges these women have encountered and tackled and conquered throughout their life, and how it has fostered empowerment, resilience, and success in their individual capacities. Welcome, warm welcomes, women. Let me now introduce each of our speakers. We have with us Saroni Roy, who is the founder and CEO of Saroni Roy Foundation, which leads initiatives promoting safer, fairer, and more sustainable world through peace education programs and partnerships. Saroni is a multi-talented personality. She's an Australian actor, a model, a social entrepreneur. She's breaking barriers as the first Indian origin Australian woman to be elected as a federal councillor in the National Performance Committee. She's the co-chair of Equity Diversity at the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. Saroni is also a cancer survivor and an active advocate for invisible disabilities. She champions causes that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. She is recognized as one of the most influential Asian Australians of the year and has garnered several awards for her contributions to global multicultural community welfare and UN SDGs. A very warm welcome to you, Saroni. It is a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Arushi, for that kind introduction. Thank you. And it's lovely to meet all of you.
It's lovely to meet you as well. Our second panelist is Thea Klinkov. Thea is a dear friend. She was born in Serbia, raised in Belgium, and is the visionary CEO of M House Media, which blends creativity with positive impact and positive change. Thea started her journey from studying photography to volunteering with the Mohanji Foundation. She is presently the official photographer for Mohanji, who captures and documents his global humanitarian efforts across the globe. This experience gave birth to M House Media, which is a purpose-driven agency advocating for ethical and sustainable causes. She passionately shares her commitment to transforming lives through the powerful medium of media. I would also like to highlight that they have a very interesting movie on Nandini and Kamdhenu, which is in the works and which I'm eagerly looking forward to, which captures the amazing journey of a cow and her calf at the Australian Mohanji Centre for Benevolence. So stay tuned for that. Very warm welcome to you, Thea, and I eagerly look forward to our discussion today.
Thank you, Arushi. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. Our third panelist is Miss Antoinette Ravia. She is a life coach and an awakener Mahatma who has overcome a painful childhood marked by rejection and bullying. Antoinette was born in Germany in 1957, and she spent her early years in an orphanage. Later, she grew up in Amsterdam, facing numerous challenges at home and school. She believed she was unworthy. She believed that she had a low self-esteem. She struggled. She faced numerous rejections. However, she also turned her life around. At 32, she found her biological father, faced another breakdown and chronic fatigue syndrome. However, through therapies, through extensive trainings, she healed herself. Not only that, since 2000, she has also empowered thousands through trainings and has authored 6 books guiding women and other people towards a better life. We are very honored to have you with us, Antoinette, and we look forward to an enriching conversation with you as well.
Thank you for your introduction and feeling honored to be here.
Warm welcome, ladies. I would like to start this panel with a small quote by Mohanji, which really touched me. He says that if you truly believe in yourself, if you truly believe that you are a kind person, you do not need to deliberately prove it to the world. It shows by itself. Your truth reveals itself beyond all pretensions and portrayals spontaneously. I would like to bring to fore in this panel today the very importance of having self-belief. The primary question that I seek to understand, and which I believe all our participants would seek to understand, is how we can all embody our true self. How can we believe that we are what we believe we are? If that is too much, how do we believe our abilities? How do we believe our perception of ourselves? And how can, through that belief, we empower ourselves, we become more resilient, we become more successful in our lives? This is the key question that I would like to invite all our panelists to address today. You're warmly welcome. Any one of you who would like to begin may start.
Should I say something? So,
Yes, please.
Arushi, if you can just, in a few words, just frame the question
Okay.
for me.
The
I
question
will.
that would be, yes, absolutely. The question that we seek to understand and highlight here is how homemakers can adapt themselves and believe in themselves, and how can that empower them?
I think one thing that I don't prepare anything, but usually I just go spontaneous as to what I'm feeling and how I'm feeling at the moment. So at the moment, I'm actually laying down on my bed because, I have this invisible disability. One of the invisible disabilities that I face on an everyday basis, every minute, is chronic, excruciating pain in my legs. And so I'm not on a wheelchair or walking with a crutch or anything, but it becomes such a limitation to me in terms of mobility and how I, living a normal life every day, is that I can't sit, walk, or stand. even heating food and eating is a big challenge for me. And since one week, the pain has increased, and I have been suffering from this since 9 years now. And we have not been able to find a solution to this. And it's non-stop, constant pain. So I'm right now laying in my bed and I'm talking to all of you. In this situation, also what I felt was today I could have, I was thinking that should I cancel it or what do I do? Because should I face the world this way? Because I'm not looking my best at the moment. I just went and I didn't have the energy to put on makeup or anything. I just said, okay, I'll wear a red lipstick. That will make me look a bit fresh. And it's 9:30 p.m. here or 9:40 p.m. in Sydney. So I'm pretty tired and exhausted with the pain and everything. I'm on high dosage of painkillers and all of that. And I'm sure I'm not the only person who's going through these kind of challenges. Millions of us, billions of us are going through these invisible disabilities, and homemakers and every individual is actually battling or is fighting a battle that we don't know about or we can't see. So I think one of the quotes that you just mentioned from Mohanji, which is to be kind, and this whole kindness, I think stems from that I constantly remind myself that I am battling this and no one can see it. And when people are rude to me or people think otherwise of me and treat me or mistreat me or, bully me or whatever, I kind of take it with the stride that they don't know what I'm going through. But I will not do that to anyone else. And when it comes to this self-belief or this whole how I carry myself or and if I do tell you when people look at me, they just see an able-bodied person, a young able-bodied person in a nice dress, wearing heels, making keynote speeches, acting, modeling, shooting in different locations, absolutely normal, but those photos do not speak or do not say the pain I was going through. I think one thing I realized after cancer was that we're all multifaceted. We are born multifaceted. We're like a prism. We're like a diamond. We have so many multiple dimensions. And a lot of times what we do is we enforce this perfectionism on us. We are all the time trying to look perfect, trying to do things perfectly. Perfect wife, perfect daughter-in-law, perfect sister, perfect friend, perfect girlfriend. Oh my God, the pressure. And to beat that or to develop this self-belief, I started to show my imperfections, people, that how flawed am I? Oh my God, I'm so flawed and I'm so imperfect. It's not funny. Where do I start? To show my imperfections. Like I've gained 18 kilos in the last 3 years due to various health reasons. And I can't stop showing it off. I can't stop showing my, big belly and the tummy and the donut and the muffin tops and everything. I did not stop wearing, I did not stop wearing bikinis. I did not stop wearing or doing swimwear shoots. I did not stop at being a Maxim CoverGirl contestant. And I'm in the fourth round at the moment, by the way. And I've won through public voting system. So the public is voting for my looks of all things, that every day I'm like, I'm really struggling and cursing myself and struggling to accept my body the way it is now. I'm double the size of what I was 9 years ago, 10 years ago, before cancer and before my thyroid gland was removed from my body. So all of that, that I used to believe that I was I had this beautiful, perfect body. I was very attractive, and I was perfect in every way. I'm not. So that's the acceptance I learned, and of all professions. I was a journalist back then, before in India and overseas, and then a PR professional. And a lot of people at that point in time told me that you should get into Bollywood, or modeling or something, because I had a very good body and I looked great. And but I did not have the courage to do it, to tackle that beast at that point in time. And because I was alone, and I'm still alone, living by myself without family. So, but then when I came here to Australia after my cancer, uh, I had nothing with me. I came here with 2 suitcases, no job, very little savings, no plan. I only knew that there is the Sydney Opera House, so I can watch opera, and I'll probably work at a Starbucks. And whatever money I make, I'll probably go skydiving. I'll do everything that I did not have the time to do, or I never thought of doing to make myself happy. So I started doing that, and I did not get a job in media and PR. Of all professions, I landed in film schools, where the entertainment industry and then the modeling offers started to come to me. Feature films started to happen, commercials started to happen. And it was after this whole change of body and energy levels and everything that I was going through, all the struggles. And the entertainment industry is the most ruthless when it comes to looks, and how you look, and you're supposed to be perfect looking all the time. But yeah, I just started accepting myself, and I think that was the time I realized that you don't have to keep doing what you were. Nothing is the end of the world. So we are all born multifaceted. It's just about looking inwards and acknowledging them. And so what if journalism did not happen, or PR? I didn't get a job in PR. Yes, at that point in time, all the doors were shut on my face. I applied for 900 jobs, but I didn't get anything. I said, hire me as an intern, hire me as whatever, like entry-level writer, anything. Just allow me to enter the industry. But I was not. So one thing led to another, and something bigger happened. So I realized that there is a bigger plan that God has for you, which we have no idea about. So I think that's the self-belief that you need to have, that you are limitless, and you can be whatever you want to be at any point in time. You can start from anywhere, at any point in time, and any country, any spot in the world. Just choose, just put your finger on the map and just start. It's okay. If something did
Amazing.
not work for you, yeah, there is a bigger plan.
I'm so inspired, Sarani, by this. I mean, what I really took from this talk and what you've shared is how amazingly you reinvented yourself kind of continuously until you reached a height which you were inherently not thinking of before, right? And it's just
Yeah, and
amazing the
also
kind
because,
of acceptance that it takes.
and also because I was choosing happiness.
Yeah.
I was so much more happier. Oh my God, acting became my healing mechanism. It was the only way I could forget the pain for some time. When I'm on set, when I'm shooting, I'm doing modeling shoots or a feature film or anything, I forget the pain. I don't know where I get that energy from and that willpower from to stand for so many hours in spite of this pain. Yes, I'm miserable after that shoot, because I've stood there for like 4 hours, 5 hours, or whatever, and I was delivering. But I could just do it. And when that comes, when it's released, that commercial or that feature film, or that, the shoot photos come out and everyone is going cuckoo about it, I'm like, wow, I mean, this is me. Wow. It's just, it's a legacy. It's something that will always be there, so yeah.
Sarani, Thea herself has battled a lot of challenges. She has battled, self-doubt. She has battled expectations from society. And I'm sure she would also like to highlight how her journey has been and how she has, come to embrace and embody her belief in herself. Thea, may I invite you for a
Yes,
discussion?
Definitely. Thank you so much. It's an immense pleasure to be here. And thank you, Saroni, to sharing your story. It was really, really inspiring. Yes, I could relate to some aspects of it, definitely. Well, for me, this topic of self-belief is very meaningful because people who know me for, several years would definitely understand because before I used to be really really the opposite of what I am today. I started my journey, completely lost, and I didn't, believe in myself at all. So just to give you a little idea, let's go on a flashback of 12 years from now. I was in a psychiatric hospital. I got the diagnosis of being bipolar. I had the diagnosis of having schizophrenia. And I was 17 back then, and the psychiatrist who was seeing me told my mom that I would be crazy my whole life and that I would never come to my senses. So this was 12 years ago, and flash forward to today. I am Mohanji's official photographer. I am doing what I love the most in my life. I'm living my purpose, and I just opened a company doing, what I always wanted to do, which is creating purposeful media and making a positive change in the world. So, I mean, you mentioned in the beginning, Arushi, that for all of us ladies present today, self-belief shaped our journey. For me, self-belief is the actual journey. And in that journey, my encounter with Mohanji was really, a pivotal moment because I was always in search of answers. I was, all my life, I felt like I had so much blockages in the sense that I wanted to express so much. I had so much love for everything around me, but I was constantly so sad, so melancholic. I was always closed onto myself, and I couldn't express this to anyone. Then when I was 17, a certain experience happened to me, which I didn't know what it was then. Later on, I learned that it was awakening to our true nature. But back then, when I was 17, I had no clue what was going on. I was just very happy. And for the first time of my life, I felt that I had all the answers and that everything was great. But this is when they put me into psychiatry because in the Western world, they don't recognize, what's happening. So after this experience for many, many, many years, I had a question. I wanted to know what actually happened. I wanted answers because for me, what happened during that this period was, for the first time, I felt the real truth. I felt we're so much more than what society is showing us. I felt there is a really higher truth to everything, because when this was happening, I could really feel the, that we are all connected, that it's not just, you are born, you live, you die, you get married, you have a house, you have kids. No, I felt, I don't know how to explain, I felt the reality, what is really real, that we are multidimensional beings, that there is so much more in the whole cosmos, that unconditional love is real and that it really connects us. So I got hooked to this feeling, and my only wish was to find this back. I wanted to find that and find people who could give me answers. So after many years of, searching, finally, I was living in Serbia back then. Finally, one day, someone recommended me to, go to some group meditation, and it happened to be Mohanji's meditation, Power of Purity. Back then, I was still, like very closed, very, very shy. I didn't believe in myself at all. But somehow I started volunteering in the foundation, and things started changing. What I understand happened is that, by connecting to something, a source or a person that is very stable. It's like that stability and all these qualities of that person have an impact on you. So I started connecting to that, and over time also I became Mohanji's photographer. So I had the opportunity to be with him and be in close quarters and watch him, and it's like that energy impacted me and transformed me, to the better. And it's unbelievable, but today I cannot recognize myself. It's like, all these patterns and blockages that I had that were not enabling me to express myself and believe in myself are completely gone. Today I can believe I believe I can do anything, and it's the biggest transformation that happened for me. And everything is being proven through what we do. As Arushi mentioned, we are right now, my company House Media, we are producing our first movie. Making movies is what I wanted to do, for many years, but I never thought this could be a reality. I thought, this happens to other people, not to me. I don't have the ability to do that. And now it's actually happening, and I really truly believe that so many more things can happen. And for me, I mean, my personal reality, it's really thanks to Mohanji and what I've been learning with him, because he truly, really empowers everyone to be themselves. His main teaching, what he's telling to everyone is be you, accept yourself, and then, you will accept the world. And so I don't know, I'm really, really, truly, truly grateful. And, also the fact that I'm speaking with all of you today is also a testament of my transformation, because a few years ago, no way I could have done that.
Really appreciate this beautiful thread that is coming across very clearly in this conversation. Saroni started it with her journey of acceptance, and they also continued it with being stable and also accepting yourself. Beautiful, wonderful. I would now like to invite Antoinette to continue with her journey and share with us all how we can learn to embody our true worth. How can we believe in ourselves? What can we do to just believe? Welcome.
Believe. It's said very easily like that, but it's not so easy to just believe, because the mind is always blocking you. It is the mind through which we are led in our lives. And we all have a mission. We all came to this planet with a mission. I cannot say it any different. But at the same time, we also came to this world with our blockages to overcome. Some grew up in a very bad situation, like I did. Others became ill, or whatever it is. We all have our own blockages, and we need to overcome them. And as I've heard from Saroni and from Tia, you had your share and you became bigger than that. You started searching. You started looking all over for, how can I heal myself? How can I overcome that which seems so big? And if you believe that it's somehow possible, and you start searching, you are going to experience that you are led, you are guided. We all have guidance, but there must be a willingness to open up yourself towards this guidance. And some call it praying, some call it meditation. Whatever you do, it is connecting with another level of consciousness. The more you do that, the more you connect with your soul, you could say, with your own inner light. And that is beyond the mind. And then miracles can happen. The experience Tia is talking about, I had similar experiences. I was nearly in a psychiatric home once. I was that bad. I was 15 years ill. I went away, that I started searching. And the moment you start searching, you find answers. You connect to people. Suddenly people come on your way and they say, hey, look that way, or go there, or they give you a message, and it starts to develop in your own consciousness, in your own mind, and it transforms you. And it's not, I always say, it's not, how do you say it in English, a knob that you turn around? No, it is a process. It's a road that you're going on. And it can be a long road, but once you begin with this road, your life is going to go, it's going to brighten up. And it's developing step by step. So you cannot, Tia did it, I think you said 12 years. I did it in 15 years and I'm still developing. There is no ending. There is no ending of the light. The light is so bright, so there are no words. You cannot express the beingness that you are. It is amazing, but you can touch it sometimes. I cannot live in it all the time. I have a mind, and during my daily life, my mind really thinks she has it all under control. I know it's bullshit, so very often I don't listen to the mind. But when I'm working here in my office, or when I'm with my friends, my mind's really active. The moment that I work with people, and I give many trainings, I've written 6 books, and when I'm writing or working in my trainings with people, then something in me bows, and then my bigger beingness, the light, is guiding me, and it touches people. The words come out of my mind. I say things without thinking, but I know I've got to say them. I feel things, I can see it. It's so clear. And then I go home and it's nothing clear. I'm really in my car driving, and at the same time, my personal life compared to my past is a different life. I'm a different person. Before, I used to be so insecure. I had a really good share of rejection as it started in my first beginnings. And when you go around in the world with a certain mindset of not feeling good enough, not being worthwhile, worthy of happiness or worthy of love, you get that you get that mirrored all the time. You connect with people and they reject you, they turn you down, whatever. But when you start changing within by starting to look different at yourself and at your surroundings, the surroundings change. And it's amazing. Miracles do happen. And all the first step that you can take is to open up for possibilities and to invite within yourself, invite light or people that are guides. And maybe my words are now a guide, or maybe the words of Saroni or Thea were a guide to you, or from Arushi. Whoever that touches you within is a guide, or mohanji, or whoever. So trust your instinct, and sometimes the intuition, it can be so subtle, and still somehow I've been to India a couple of times. I followed trainings with another master. And the first time I went to India, I was scared shitless. I was so scared for going to that continent with a lot of poverty and all the stuff going on there. I'd never been there, and I didn't even know where I was going to. I had subscribed to a certain training because somebody said, oh, go and have a look there. And something touched me inside. And I thought, yeah, I gotta go there. I could feel it. And then I just skipped all my mind and I didn't think. And I went there and I thought I was gonna die. And I fell in love with the country. I came to the exact right training. And beforehand, I didn't even know what I was going to do. And when I got there, I was like, wow, I was captivated. I thought, this is exactly what I need right now. But it came to me as a very subtle sign.
Yeah.
So listen to these subtle signs. Trust your guides. And sometimes you take the wrong road, or you make a wrong decision. Saroni said, I made so many mistakes. Well, shake hands, girl. Here's the queen of the mistakes. I lost a lot of money 1.5 years ago, all my money, even my tax money, by being scammed. A little mistake. It's not what happens to you. It is what you do with what happens to you. And you can break down from everything that happens to you. If somebody does this, you can have a nervous breakdown. But you can also overcome everything if you want it. When I lost all my money, it was 80,000 euros. I was a little sad for, not a little, I was very sad. I cried I had 2 very big cries in 1/2 day. And then I let it go. I literally let it go. And the funny part is that a week prior to that event, I had published my book, Let It Go, just came out. So I had to let it go. And right.
How amazing.
It
How
is
amazing.
Yeah.
All 3 of you.
You can do that if you do not fight circumstances. If you do not go into victim, how do you say it? Victimhood.
Victimhood.
Yeah. If you say, wow, I attracted this in my life. Wow. What can I learn from it? And I've had several times in my life, I'm not the youngest anymore, but I've had several times in my life that there was a choice. Am I gonna break down forever and lose it all, my mind, my life? Or am I grow stronger and overcome the adversity or whatever I was into? And my decision has always been, I'm going to get out stronger than ever before. And if you make that decision, you do not have to know what your road is. You do not have to know where to go. It's just a decision. And then you will meet the people on your road. You meet the possibilities. You are guided and helped. But if you go into victimacy, you're lost, because then you keep small, you keep saying, oh, no, the world is whatever. It's not going to work. So maybe that is the biggest advice.
I'm fascinated, Antoinette, how all 3 of you have had very diverse journeys, but throughout your journeys and throughout your transformation, this thing comes out really straight. Acceptance came out really strongly. Transformation happened when you accepted yourself and when you started being more accepting of the uncertainty that life promotes or life gives it to you. Another thing which came out very strongly across your conversation, Antoinette, and which I loved absolutely, is how you were open to possibilities and how you were also cognizant of the fact that when you change within, your surroundings change, your situations change, and they transform. So how amazing is that? I think the key takeaway from our conversation today on how to develop self-belief is to start off, as Saroni said, start off with accepting yourself, start the journey, accept your flaws, embrace your flaws. I don't know, be like Saroni and bear it to the world. These are my flaws, everybody. You better watch out. So I think that's amazing. And that takes an immense amount of courage and an immense amount of bravery to actually embrace that part of yourself, because it's not easy. And the second step perhaps could be, like Thea said, to be open to friendships. And Antoinette also mentioned to be open to guidance, guidance from within, or guidance in the form of mentors, external mentors, who can then enable you to be better positioned, to embrace yourself, to believe in yourself, and to allow the transformation that life is anyways bringing to you, to allow the transformation to happen. I love this conversation, women, and I am so thankful to all three of you for sharing parts of your journey and parts of your life and inspiring all of us here. Wishing you all a very, very happy International Women's Day, and let us keep engaging. We have a little paucity of time, so I'm forced to shut off this amazing, intense conversation. But I am so inspired by all of you. I want to be able to be like Saroni and, flash my flaws for the world to embrace or ignore. It doesn't matter. But how powerful has this journey been? I would now like to invite Yelena to continue with this. Hi, Palak.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arushi. Thank you, Saroni, Thea, and Antoinette. Well, Moji is the guiding force behind the World Womanhood Project, and his vision through the World Womanhood Project is to create a global movement to respect womanhood as great expression of life. Women have the capacity to bring forth a brand new generation. And that's beautiful, isn't it? This is also to support, nurture, and empower and actualize every aspect of womanhood with a particular accent on motherhood. So here we have a really lovely message from Mohanji for all of you. May I please request the moderators to play the message.
Hello, my dear friends. Festival of Womanhood 2024. Thank you for inviting me to speak in this beautiful program, which honors womanhood. Womanhood is the pillar and the strength of every community. Homemakers makes people stable. All the men out there, they have strength and stability because there is a pillar of strength behind them. And mostly, that's the homemaker. All the homemakers, their invisible hands in the welfare and success of the entire society should be honored and respected. I sincerely appreciate the silent work our mothers do for our upbringing, our stability, and our presence, enhancing our presence in the world. Mostly, we ignore. This job is a 24/7 job. There is no holiday, there is no retirement. And this job need to be acknowledged and respected. It's beyond a job. They love it because there is love in it. The love aspect which makes them function to serve their families and then the society is really commendable and remarkable. We often ignore it. We don't see it. We must see it. We must accept it, acknowledge it, honor it, respect it. When we respect the women of the society will be stronger, cleaner, and more compassionate. All the women of the society have contributed to the society invisibly. Many of the work they do in the kitchens or in the background for the students or the children, you can't really quantify them or put them into any kind of criteria. It's as it's needed. The women who are taking care of sick children, energizing them, empowering them to be able citizens. The women who are sacrificing their precious time and also holidays for the sake of nurturing children. The women who are cooking and feeding hundreds of hungry mouths each day in the society. We care for them. We acknowledge them. We love them. We respect them. And that way we enhance the strength of our society and us. I wish the Festival of Womanhood all success, and may it reach hundreds and thousands of women of the world. An estimated 3.5 billion women of the world needs respect, needs to be respected, nurtured. And womanhood simply means nurturing. The power of nurturing through womanhood, that has to be respected. Hence, Festival of Womanhood is extremely relevant, not only in today's times, but all times. I wish the organizers and all the participants the very best. We are all with you, with respect for what you do in the world. And we love you for who you are. Lots of love, and thanks again for being a great support to the mankind. You can make the mankind kind men through love. Thank you. This is Mohanji for you.
Wow, what an empowering, power-packed message and a greeting on the day of Women's Day, on Women's Day. This was so empowering. Thank you. How is our audience doing? Please tell us in the comments. Are you still there? Well, please share your thoughts on what you felt about Mohanji's message. Please share your thoughts about that and what you feel about women, homemakers. Should they get a platform to speak? Should their job be respected? This is such an uplifting message. And without further ado, I call upon Savi, our organizing committee member of the Festival of Womanhood as well, to take the next panel. Savi, over to you.
Thank you, Palak. It was indeed a beautiful message from Mohanji. I'm so excited to be here today. I hope you all are excited to be here. Today, we are talking about balancing work life and personal life. Our panelists, each bringing a unique perspective, will share their experiences and strategies. Joining me in this insightful conversation are individuals who have navigated the intricate balance of home, work, and social spheres. Please welcome our esteemed panelists as we embark on this important discussion. First, let me introduce Tanuja Sanders. A very warm welcome to you, Tanuja.
Thank you.
Tanuja, a resilient engineer and a project manager in Australia's mining and power industries, triumphed over a challenging past, including domestic violence. Her entrepreneurial venture, the Satya Olive Company, reflects her belief in turning vision into reality. Tanuja's journey from adversity to triumph, marked by effective time management, positivity, resilience, and passion, positions her as inspiring beacon. Beyond her personal pursuits, she celebrates womanhood through homemaking and the joy of cooking with nutritious olive oil she produces. Tanuja Sanders, not just an accomplished professional, but a true homemaker, inspires others to embrace their paths with courage and grace. Once again, very warm welcome to you, Tanuja.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to welcome Pravani Govendar. Very warm welcome to you as well, Pravani.
Thank you. Very happy.
Pravani, a South African-born fashion designer and startup entrepreneur, founded Pravani Lifestyle with a passion for ethical sourcing, quality design, and commitment to female empowerment. Her creations draw inspirations from nature, architecture, culture, craft, embodying a unique blend of heritage textiles and artisanal skills. A former industrial psychologist turned creative spirit, Pravani's label reflects her journey of honoring creative process and advocating for conscious fashion, connecting people and resources through storytelling. Very warm welcome again, Pravani.
Thank you so much.
Now let me introduce Chintamani Diana. Thank you for joining us, Chintamani.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here in this auspicious day. Thank you.
Chintamani Diana is a multifaceted professional, dancer, fashion designer, and influential entrepreneur, making waves in the realms of online branding and marketing. Her elegant fashion designs are captivating, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. As a charismatic influencer, she has amassed a substantial following by sharing diverse content on fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and personal development. Chintamani Diana's authentic approach and engaging storytelling have fostered a loyal community that looks to her for advice, inspiration, and product recommendations. Recognized for her influence and expertise, she is a sought-after collaborator for brands and companies eager to connect with her diverse audience. Very warm welcome again, Chintamani.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to hear. I couldn't even think that there are so many things is going on in my life. Thank you so much. Can I share my experience about today, special Women's Day and all?
Sure, please.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank all of you. I'm very happy to be here, and it's so great that everyone have courage to open their heart to this wonderful community. For women, like for me, it is actually maybe it is easy to open your heart, but actually it's not. It is a great courage for us to open our heart to this world. And for me, I feel that every woman and every person who came here in the planet, the main purpose, what we want, it is love. This is the greatest person that we want to reveal this love. And every woman, she's naturally filled all her body, all her life, everything what she's doing is full of love. And the interesting moment that when we understand that this love comes from within and you're already absolutely full from inside, the life starts change. And of course, how to reveal this love? We are going through so many obstacles, through so many painful situations, through so many, how to say, there are many things going on in everybody's life. In the same time, everyone is very unique and individual. We just in the process of understanding what is our true nature. And being a woman, we have so many expectations, of course. And I grew up in a family, we have very beautiful family. And my father, he actually, it is very spiritual family, but my father, he was sick and he was not able to be fully, to take responsibility like a man. He was not able. So he do take care about me at home, but my mother was working. But despite this situation, even if you are in any circumstances, no matter like if what people wants from you, you have to follow your heart, and you have to do what you want. If you want to be independent woman, if you want to work, you can be like this. If you want to be a housewoman, if you want to, how to say, whatever you want to, you have to follow your heart, whatever makes you feel happy, what is sources of your happiness. And of course, if you are, how to say, in the process of finding yourself, how the previous lady said, that the guide from within, you will feel this guidance. You will feel that your life is magical. Oh, sorry. You will feel that your life is full of magic, especially when you're going through hard time. And then after this hard time is like a flower, some experience is changing yourself. And slowly, you're opening your true nature. And yes, for women, it is very important to understand what she likes to do, and she have to do what she loves, what she likes, and live freely, fully, with joy and happiness. And despite this situation, we also have to pray for good atmosphere at home. And for me, for example, my partner, he's very supportive. Like, he's not exactly like my father, because my father, he was a great example for me, but he couldn't protect our family fully. But he was the best example for spiritual protection. He do read books, he do give a lots of love to the spiritual books, and I grew up with so much like magic in my life. So my world was through the books, through the imaginations, through the spirituality, through the energy. And I'm trying to open this from my heart and show to the people through my art. This is what makes me especially happy. That's what helped me to overcome my difficulties, my anxieties, my fears, my shyness, because my nature is very shy. If people see me, they couldn't believe in it. But I go through a lot to open myself to this world, because I feel that something is pushing me and telling me that my mission is here, and I have to spread this love, and I have to help people also believe in that love exists, that good things exist, that there's a community of women who have the same mission, who wants to spread this great feeling, and believes that being a woman, we can do so many things. We are goddesses. We can be businesswomen. We can be home women. We can be lovers. So we have so many roles. And for me, my main secret, that when I am working, I always remember about my family. I always send in the good vibes for my husband, for my mother, for my father. Even if I'm working, I'm always remembering that I love them a lot. And this, subtle level is working also for very good, I'm sending them very good energy. So this is what helps me to keep myself motivating, to keep myself flourish and happy. And in a day when I'm feeling very low and I don't have inspiration, I just understand that it's like a day, night, moon and sun, rain and dry weather. So I just waiting when this will pass, and I will just, how to say, I accept myself in my worst days, even if there is a pimples or some other things. Yes. And I'm just, okay, it will pass. And then good time is coming. And and then you again can be happy.
That is the positivity,
Yes.
right? Then it is very true
Yes.
that we all have to follow our heart. Follow your heart. That's the only thing we have to do. Then, whatever it comes, we have to accept that. Acceptance, that's a big part of our life. That's very, very inspiring, Chintamani. Very inspiring. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much to all of you. And I'll be sending you lots of love from India, from Vrindavan. This India right now forever in my heart. And I'm wishing you lots of good
thank you.
vibes today. Thank you.
Okay. Let's now dive deeper into the topic with the general questions to the panel. Homemakers, change makers, what do you guys think about that?
Hi.
Tanuja, this is me. I'm currently sitting in Mohanji Center of Benevolence in Australia and speaking from Mohanji Chalet. So what a blessing and what a
Indeed.
privilege to be part of this festival of womanhood. Thank you so much for having us. Now, in my definition, there's a difference between a house and a home. What makes a home is house plus the values of love, care, and sharing of togetherness. That's what makes a home. And homemaker is the one who provides that vision and set of core values for the togetherness that keeps the whole family together with a common vision. So I'm a visionary. I love, my main motto is vision without execution is hallucination. So having that vision of what you want to be is what sets the pace or gets the ball rolling. So getting the ball rolling as an engineer, and now the engineer is speaking, we all have potential, but it is that potential changing to kinetic energy is what gets the ball rolling. So getting that executed, bringing that motion, bringing that change is important. So homemakers are change makers. We provide that environment where everyone can flourish. It's your presence, and that presence exists even when you're not present. That's the set of core values that you put within your family that keeps everything going and keeps the show going. So that's
very
my
interesting.
definition of homemaker and how change is important and adapting to a change. I mean, everything is changing around us, and how we adapt to those changes and keep the positive mindset, believing that whatever is happening for the best. If we can carry that faith with us, whatever is happening for the best, then you will encounter any adversities. Myself, I was sexually abused as a child growing up. Had went through domestic violence, first marriage. And then something clicked in me. And it was that self-belief, developing that self-belief and self-love and self-respect is what I found. And that's when the transformation happened. And the transformation was to change from a caterpillar that I was to become a butterfly. I call myself a butterfly because of that reason, that I have transformed. And magic happened after that. It's the self-belief. Adversities and all what you are today is just a totality of all your experiences. It's experience that drives you towards that wisdom. So once you get that, you're wise, and you can then guide others to overcome that. And that's the reason I'm on this panel, to share my experiences so I can help others with those similar experiences.
Thank you, Tanuja. That is very interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. Any one of you? Pravani?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd love to weigh in on that.
We can hear you.
Oh.
Okay, now we can. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was saying when the topic
Somehow we can hear you again.
better?
Little bit. Your voice is breaking up.
I'll hold it. I'm going to hold it and see if that helps.
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
better?
Yeah. That's very. Yeah.
Okay.
That's loud and clear. Yeah.
So, sorry, I was saying when I was just presenting the topic around homemaker, the first thought that popped to mind is I'm not a parent. I'm a parent to a four-legged, very energetic dog, but not.
Can you at least adjust a little bit more? I'm sorry. Still, we can hear very clearly.
Yeah, is that better?
Little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Little bit.
Let me try and sort out the audio settings. I'm going to log back in.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Meanwhile, Chintamani, if you have any thoughts, about our homemakers, change makers, we can wait until Pravani joins and you can share your thoughts.
Oh, my dear, thank you. I still have to learn a lot because I'm in the process of learning how to be this wonderful woman who's giving this energy to home to make it, to make this space for love, for peace, for calm and atmosphere. I'm still learning, so I'm here to gather this knowledge. For me, I would love to tell that my mother, she's a great example. Despite being a strong woman, she always kept home perfect. So I'm opposite of my mom. So she's my greatest example because she is the lady. I would love her to be here also. She is, whatever she's doing with so much joy. But she has perfection in her blood. That's why everything is so beautiful and perfect. Yeah. I know that sometimes we can say that perfection it is a bit disease and we have to, how to say, not be perfect, but be ourselves. But there is some people who is being themselves kind of perfect. This is so interesting. So what I would love to tell else,
we all can be change makers, right? We all can be change makers.
Yes.
Yes.
You see,
It's
change is part of life. I mean, everything around you is changing at all times. That's part of life. You have to adapt to the change, and that change is not going to just stop today. It's going to continue. So, in terms of what is entrepreneurship, so I guess that's the topic, right? So,
yeah, yes, please
so
go
the
ahead.
topic. So, as an entrepreneur, so entrepreneurship is all about having a unique proposition. So, a unique proposition that basically sets you aside, sets you apart from everything. So, as a olive oil producer, as an entrepreneur, how did I become an entrepreneur? Is because of the unique proposition of having infused oils. So infusion became my unique proposition, which put me aside as an entrepreneur within the industry. So how that as an entrepreneur, so what are the qualities that as a homemaker I took to becoming an entrepreneur? Is resilience, importance of resilience. Adversities has taught me how to be resilient, and those qualities of resilience are super critical to running a business as well. That's why a homemaker transitioning into an entrepreneur just was easy.
Yes.
The core values of time management, just juggling so many balls to be able to manage a family, a profession, and then everything inside the household, and be a tutor for your child, and also managing so many balls in the air. To be able to do that, you require time management skills. Budgeting, everything has to be budgeted. Running the budget, finances. Those are the crucial qualities of that I took to becoming an entrepreneur.
Wow,
And
that's, yeah.
as an entrepreneur, you cannot actually run a business successfully unless you take baby steps. You have to be start small and then you grow. Learn
Yes.
from your mistakes. We all make mistakes. Falling and then rising. Falling and
Yes.
then rising. You know,
Wow.
and
Yeah.
understanding that perfection is not is a process. You cannot be perfect from the day go.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
a
Yes.
process. Okay, so
Thank you.
yes,
Thank you,
now.
Tanuja. Thank you,
Yes.
Tanuja. I think Pravani is also here. I think, where is she? She was saying something and her voice was not clear.
Yeah.
Pravani, you're
Are you
here,
guys
right?
able? Yes. Are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
loud and clear. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I'm projecting a bit now. On the topic of homemakers and change makers, I think what I was saying is when the topic was initially presented, the first thought that popped to mind was homemaker parenthood, which I'm not a parent, but I further sat with that and realized you've been a homemaker your entire life. You know, historically, the term or the label homemaker unfortunately has connotations associated with it of less responsibility, less contribution to the household or to living, and all of which is grossly inaccurate. I think that I come from a long line of homemakers who were change agents, from my great grandmother who left India on a boat, illiterate, arriving in South Africa to work the sugarcane plantations with her family. I mean, her courage and bravery as a homemaker affected change upon our entire lineage. I witnessed my mom being a fantastic homemaker and a barrier-defying change maker as well. So, you know, she studied part-time, obtained a master's degree, and took care of all of us at the home. I think my brother and I would attest to the fact that we have fond memories of freshly baked biscuits and full tummies and a cozy, supportive home environment. So that affected huge positive change once more on all our lives. So homemaking and change making, it's part and parcel. For myself personally, I was in a corporate space for about 14 years before I became an entrepreneur. And I was managing a home at that time too. Was I an effective change maker and homemaker for myself and others? Absolutely, yes. In recent years, the entrepreneurship journey means that my home environment is my office environment. And I realized when I was thinking about this topic that in 7 years, I've lived in 4 countries, having to set up home in each of those, each time we move. I've learned that we have a guardianship over stability, sanctuary, comfort, and a place to be. And then that is expressed out into the world. So as a homemaker, or the role of a homemaker and playing the role of a business owner, they're equally important, and I get to affect change in both. You know, within the home, I get to provide a solid foundation. And this is sort of the emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual support and wellness of all the individuals within its space. So, yes, homemakers are change makers.
We all can be change makers. That's the final verdict. That's all. Yeah.
100%.
Okay, guys. Because of time, we have to wrap it up this soon. All of you have shared information that is so helpful for women all over the world. Thank you for being part of this insightful discussion today about women trying to balance work and family. Thank you all, and happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Happy International Women's Day. Cheers, everybody, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was truly beautiful. Thank you so much, Chintamani, for coming over here, Pravani, Tanuja, and Savi for doing such a beautiful job at bringing out the best from all these amazing women. Without further ado, we have our next panel, which is again power-packed, but I will let Yelena, my co-host, introduce it. Yelena, over to you.
Hello, dear ladies. Hello, everyone. We came to our last panel for today's festival, which is called Embracing Leadership. And today we explore the dynamics of a female leadership. Our distinguished panelists, accomplished leaders in various fields, will share insights on navigating the path of leadership while staying true to their femininity. Very important topic. I would like to introduce our first guest. It is Denise Jana, a versatile vocalist, composer, actress, and voice educator, born in Suriname, who made history as the first Dutch musician signed by Blue Note Records. With a law degree from Utrecht University, her passion for music led her to Hilversum Conservatory. Denise's contralto has resonated in 31 countries, performing across genres from jazz to gospel, R&B, Latin, and Surinamese music. Decorated with awards, including 2 Edisons, she portrayed Ella Fitzgerald in Ella and continues her tribute to Mahalia Jackson. Welcome, Denise. Welcome to our festival. We don't hear you very well, so I hope we will, you just need to press a button to hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Welcome, Denise.
You didn't unmute. I apologize.
Hi.
Hi.
Our second guest is Aisim Devici, an entrepreneurial force, leadership coach, and advocate for diversity, holds certificates in NLP, life coaching, and fitness and yoga. With a rich background spanning fitness, yoga, dance, spirituality, and meditation, Aisim has excelled in sectors like world music, festivals, corporate events, and project management. Her collaborations extended globally, involving international speakers, authors, artists, governments, corporations, educational institutions, business centers, and NGOs. Aisim's journey from Dutch law studies to successful corporate career transformed through meditation, yoga, fitness, and Sufism. As the founder of initiatives like Colorful Sisterhood, Colorful Business, and Colorful Academy, she champions inclusivity and personal growth within diverse communities. Welcome, Aisim. Wonderful to have you here. We don't hear Aisim as well, so maybe to press the button. Yeah. Okay. Not hear you very well. Please check. Yeah. Say something. We don't hear you. Denise?
Yes, you hear me?
You are. We can hear you. Okay. I think I'm here now.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Our third guest is Elia Khan, the strategy lead and Pakistan country coordinator for Animal Alliance Asia. In addition to working for AAA, Elia is a grassroots vegan advocate working on peer-to-peer engagement to increase awareness of speciesism and veganism in Pakistan. Elia is also the founder of Gas Foods Plant-Based Foods, Pakistan's first fully vegan-owned and run startup. She advocates for collective liberation and has been part of other social justice causes. She was the COO at the media startup and has led and managed multiple projects. Elia has been fostering, rehoming, and feeding stray animals as an independent rescuer for over 8 years. Elia, are you with us? Hello. Elia is, by the way, on the protest Women's March in Pakistan, so maybe she's outside somewhere and she cannot connect. I hope she will connect us during this panel. And our last guest is Amalaji, daughter of Vanamali Mataji, who spent most of her life in Singapore. After retiring from the telecom industry as 50, she founded Savagram, a social enterprise supporting farmers in Wayanad and Uttarakhand. Savagram offers homestays in farmers' homes and provides essential ratios to women based on their needs. Post-retirement, Amalaji passionately disseminates Vedanta teachings through virtual and in-person platforms, sharing profound insights from scriptures. Her commitment extends to organic food cultivation and environmental conservation, reflecting a holistic dedication to positive impact in spirituality, agriculture, and the environment. Amalaji, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, welcome to our program, to our panel. Okay, ladies, I would like to start because I know we are running with time and I know that we all have some other obligations as well. So I would like to ask you in general, how can women embrace leadership and stay true to their femininity? Because we know that through all these years, we had feminist movements and women became more masculine than feminine. So I would like to ask you, as true leaders in your professions, first of all, what challenges are you going through probably on daily basis, and how to stay true to your femininity but still be a leader in your profession? We start with Isim. We don't hear you again. I'm sorry, Isim. Let's see how it works. All right. Again. Yeah, but you have to be a little bit louder somehow with the button or something, maybe with, unfortunately, we don't hear you.
We can start with the next panelist and Ison can come back.
Yes, we can start with the needs if possible. Yeah.
Well, I think one of a challenge is, actually it's not really a challenge, but what is very, very important is to be mindful of who you, of who you yourself are. I'm getting confused now because the screen is changing. Okay.
Yeah, you just move the, all right.
I don't know what happened, but
can
anyway,
can you see me? Because you just go to the next.
Something is off. It's back.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is very important is to the relationship that you have with yourself. You know, your self-awareness, your self-love, because from there it all starts. And I think a big challenge is in this world that is dominated by masculinity to, of course, we are strong in our femininity, but a challenge is to not to try not to become masculine yourself too much, you know, to like competing with men, as in standing our own ground. We don't have to become like men. We still have to state our position and stand our ground within our strong femininity, because sometimes I see sisters who are, you know, becoming almost as the guys, you know. And I think the challenge is to, within our femininity, within our, because sometimes people regard it like, if I'm too feminine, I'm too soft. No, it makes you stronger. But it's the awareness that we have of our femininity, you know, that will keep us strong, that will keep us, you know, moving forward, to stand our ground, to know what we want, to really, really know who we are, and to be clear about what we want. You know, we don't have to be too subdued and, you know, too sweet and all that. That is not the femininity I mean. It's the strength of the femininity that is of us as women, you know, that we stand our ground, that we say, we make clear who we are, where we are going, and what we want to achieve, and what we expect from others around us, and also what we can give them, you know? That's what I think is very, very important to take as a starting point, to put it like that.
Yeah, I have a feeling like when we understand our power, we become more still. And then from that stillness, we can give correct response to the world. And we are actually powerful in that way.
Now I don't hear you too well.
Oh, okay.
I do hear you, but it's a bit soft. So I heard you, but I didn't really understand you.
Okay, all right. Anyway, we are moving to our next panelist, like Amalaji.
Okay.
Can you give us, please, do we have Isim? Isim, can you say something, please? Because we have some technical issues. Unfortunately, yeah.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna double it up with two screens then. Yeah?
Okay, but on one device, turn off the sound so that we don't have you double, okay?
This is better?
We hear you.
Yeah? Because now I turned off the audio on one device and turn it on the other.
Yeah, we have a little bit of echo, but it's better to hear
I'm so
you.
sorry. I just don't know.
Please go ahead. No problem.
Let's just see.
Okay. Let's answer the question. So what is true leadership, and how to embrace leadership and stay true to your femininity?
True leadership for me is like an essence. It's like self-love and authenticity. So if you being an entrepreneur or doing your projects or like connection with others, do it from your authentic self-love with connection first within, then it doesn't matter what you do, with whom you connect, because your self-leadership comes from within, from your own inner feminine connection with your true self. So that's for me the key, the essence from everything that I do.
Thank you.
That was short, but because of the audio, I'm just keeping it simple and short.
Amalaji, what do you have to say on this topic? How leadership and true femininity can be combined together?
I'm not sure what you mean by true femininity, to be honest.
What is our true power? Where the women are standing and where the women are coming from, and how can we be leaders and not to be overwhelmed by masculine energy, to balance our feminine and masculine energy, actually to be more in the feminine energy.
Okay. So when I was working in a corporate world, I think I was blessed because my industry was not so. I never felt any difference in the masculine or feminine energy. I was a woman. I had some roles as a woman, which I had to fulfill based on my having children and having a house, which I had to run. But the men themselves in my industry, they were just colleagues. I never looked at them as different. They were colleagues who had a role to play, and they played it well. I was not constantly needing to reassert any part of myself as being feminine and them being masculine. So that was how my corporate life was. But I do know that I was probably in an industry or in companies that helped. There are many industries I know where the male domination on women is quite severe and quite concerning. And I mean, I have no answer to that because I was not in that position. But generally, of course, there is a lot of, especially in India. I worked mostly in Singapore, but whenever my work brought me to India, I think it was tougher in India because though a lot of Asian communities, like the Korean communities or the Japanese or to some extent, Chinese also tend to not want women in leadership roles. But I found that they fell in line with respecting women in leadership roles. So that was, if you were in a leadership role, the men had no problem respecting you. But if you were not in a leadership role, again, I don't know how they would have behaved. But in India, it was quite challenging because I think being an Indian woman, when I worked for a Western company and I was in India, they sort of looked at me as, why is this woman, in a leadership role? She's after all an Indian. So that was challenging. I never looked at asserting my feminism because feminism to me was things which I'm born with, and things they're born with. So I didn't need to assert that, but I think I did need to assert the fact that I'm in a job just as much as you're in a job. And I respect what you're doing, and you have to respect what I'm doing because these are roles given to us by this organization. So that I had to do, not necessarily asserting my feminism as such, but as the fact that everybody has to respect another human being doing the same job, whether it's the person who's sweeping, he could be a male or a female, or whether the person sits in a chair of more leadership. So that is something I still believe is something people have to respect each other because, being a Hindu, I have the core belief that everybody has the same spirit in them. So that respect has to be given, whether you're male, female, rich, poor, black, white, whatever. So that helped maybe. And now I run a social enterprise and I work in other areas where the leadership has no challenge being a female. I have no problem at all because I'm helping farmers, whether they're male or female. They know I mean business if I tell them that, something has to be done in a certain way. It has nothing to do with male or female. Everybody likes to take advantage, but the women also may want to take advantage, but of situations which I try to, like the homestays we run in Uttarakhand, and Wayanad. It is a challenge dealing with people, but I've not really felt that it's because I'm a female. I've not needed to. I'm quite convinced I'm a female, so I don't need to assert that. I don't need anyone else helping me assert that.
Yeah.
I know I'm a female, and I've lived with that thought with no problem. But domineering men can be a challenge, and I think women face that a lot.
Yes, I think we all experience that a lot, and I would like to ask Elia as well if she's capable to answer us this question, leadership and true femininity, and how's the situation in Pakistan, and what kind of challenges she has going through such things. So, Elia, are you with us?
Yeah.
We don't see. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear, but we cannot see you.
Yes, I switched off my camera. I think we have really bad signals here right now. If you can hear me, I can start.
Okay.
Right. So thank you so much for having me on this panel. First of all, going to the topic of leadership, I truly believe that we are all leaders, and that is our power. When we wake up in the morning and we make a decision, to be it any decision, be it looking after ourselves, being, the decision making is key when it comes to leadership. So it isn't defined by any parameter that who is, a leader in itself.
Okay, yes, thank you. We have a little bit of problems to hear because we have some voices mixes up with yours, but we are continuing with the topic, and I would like to ask Isim, as the founder of various vibrant and colorful initiatives for women, how has leadership entered your life? Where was the point, crucial point where you decided that you are the leadership, and yeah, how that transformed you?
I hope you hear me well. There, oh my God! Now I'm getting.
I think if you can turn off your phone or your computer, that would be okay. You are going out now from your computer, yeah? Okay, yeah. We don't hear you. Unfortunately. It's
You
really
need to
loud.
unmute yourself, I assume, yeah, and be on one device.
Unmute yourself on the computer, please. We don't hear you, unfortunately.
I think it's best to be just on one device and unmute yourself on that one device.
We
Okay,
can
Denise,
continue with
while we are waiting for Isim to finish this is really like I was really looking forward to this panel and to hear you later. Yeah, no, very bad. Yeah. Okay.
We have Alia now for the next session. Alia, are you there?
I would
Yes, you
actually
can
like
hear
to
me.
ask. I would like to ask Denise one question. Like leading your life in a very authentic way with so much of passion and compassion, was there ever a challenge in taking leadership over your own life to do what you really wanted?
You're getting softer and
how-
softer. I can't really hear you.
So you cannot hear me.
I hear you better now.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you were just, the sound was fading. So it's a question about leadership, but then.
Yeah, because I just wanted to ask you, like leading your life in a very authentic way and with so much of passion and compassion, and was there ever a challenge in taking leadership over your own life to do what you really wanted, and how did you manage to take the charge as a woman of color, I would say, so many obstacles, and I would like
Yes.
to hear more on that.
You know, for a long time, I was very insecure. I would always, I knew what I wanted, and I knew that I, for instance, loved music and everything, but I would start being on the stage apologizing in case something would not go right because I was having troubles with my throat and this and that. And I always had that, but that came from my insecurity. You know, there was one day that I realized, like, Denise, you're doing this to yourself. You're doing this yourself. So I had to learn to trust more, to trust myself. I had to look in the mirror and say to myself, Denise, you are okay. You can do this. And you have received this. You're blessed with a huge talent. You can do whatever you want to do. And then I also had to learn to become a leader, because I had a band. I was leading that band, but I was being too democratic, like, yeah, we can all sit and decide what we're going to do together. And then I realized one day, like, the guys, because I was, there were guys and me, but they were waiting for me to take decisions and stuff. And I was like, no, we all can, we can talk together. And then one day I realized, no, Denise, you have to step up and be a leader. You are the band leader, in this case. And also in other aspects of my life, I had to learn to be fearless, not only in my head, but also to have the courage to be fearless and to be straightforward and direct in what I wanted, and also to listen to others, how they wanted it, because I can be very impatient, because in my mind, you know, I can go real fast and this and this and this and this and this. And then sometimes I disregard, no, not disregard, but sometimes I didn't pay too much attention. I mean, I'm looking back now, you know, I didn't pay too much attention to what others were trying to do or to add to whatever we together as a group were doing. So I had to learn to be a leader, and also to step up to the plate and, you know, respond to expectations that were you know, things were expected from me, which I didn't realize at first, because I was too much of a nice, sweet girl, you know. And then I'm in a business that is male dominated, but at some point, because I also had to deal with men looking at me like, you know, like I was a groupie, not like a full-time musician or composer. I was just wanting to hang out with the guys. And then it was like, no, wait a minute, this is me. And now you have to listen to me. And this is how I want things done, you know. And you have to be tactful and everything, but you have to be straightforward and clear in what you want. So that's when I started to develop to become a leader, a real leader. And also it helped when I started to love myself more. You know, it always comes down to the self-love, the self-awareness, right? I learned to, I discovered how much stronger I was when I could just, you know, stand firm. And also, even in weaker moments, like when you're not feeling well, or you're having your period, you're sad, or somebody has died, you're sick, whatever, you know, then you can still say, you know what, this is me right now. This is what I have to deal with, and it's going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. And, you know, that then happens. You're going to be okay once you believe that whatever is happening with you at that particular moment, you just take it with you. I don't have to pretend like nothing is happening. You know, I just take it with me. I put it in whatever I'm doing. And at some point I start feeling better. Like, hey, okay, yeah, my headache is gone. You know, right now, oh, I feel so much stronger. And then I also am aware of energy that I receive from people that I work with. You know, the energy around you. Be aware of what is around you, and that it's also feeding you. You are giving, but you are receiving so much. And to be aware of that also is very, very helpful and boldening and empowering, very much.
Thank you, Denise. I think that our power is also in the awareness of that we not the ownership that we have, and that ownership we have to let go. The acceptance has to happen, and then we can, and also the responsibility. We have to accept the fact that we are responsible for us.
Yes,
that's
yes,
the point. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, yeah, Isim, are we okay with the microphone? Can we?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can finally.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I looked up, and I looked into another device. So okay, I'm grateful. Yeah. So
the question, you know, the question. I said, like, as the founder of various vibrant and colorful initiatives for women, how has leadership entered your life?
Well, it entered me like quite early in my life, and it's like, of course, I'm a Turkish woman and a Muslim woman living in Europe, family in Turkey. So it was always like the leadership was like something necessary for me, because if I had to get things done in my life, in my culture, in my family, in relationship, I had to just step up, because I saw around me no one was stepping out. So first it begins like the typical migrant women living in Europe. Everything is changing, and you have to step up if you want to develop in life, and you are so aware of your difference in the culture, in the family, and also the history of your tribe, because everything is different. So it began first from necessity, but like the real change was when I had my university law study. I started there because of the expectations, of course, of the family. You are smart, so you have to be a doctor or you have to be a lawyer. So that's like the expectations of the family. But I was always touched by arts and by entrepreneurship, and with dancing and with traveling, and so I was like, I'm not sure how that is going to enter my life, but it was always in my heart, but I couldn't like express it because my career was like being a lawyer and finishing the law school and whatever. But in my first degree on the university, I had like the chance to step into a big project of music, world music, and it was like I had to make a decision within 2 weeks what I was going to do with it. And that became like my first biggest project. And I had to decide to really shift from life path against my family will, against the surrounding will, because that was what I heart felt it. So that was for me the start of the world music festivals and projects, and I started my first project with a big stadium concert with almost 40,000 people.
Wow.
And I had to like work 24/7 to realize that. It was like I'm deciding it from within, from my heart, because my whole being, my whole soul voice was calling me to that path. So I really like had an internal life-changing like moment, and I had to act on it because it was not something passive. I really had to act on it. So I like paused my study for like 6 months to a year, and like I'm gonna do this, and this is the path I'm calling to. And so it was like the first my first university year, and from that it was like the one decision to another decision to another decision, falling and standing up and repacking your life path again. It was always from really awareness of I have to make a decision where I'm going to, what is my life path. I'm not sure what will be like my end goal, but this is the richting. This is like the
direction.
Direction. This is like the direction I see for myself. And so even I don't know the outcome of that choosing of this life path, I am backing myself up on the decision I am taking, no matter the outcome will be. And so it was for me always personal, with all risk, quite a surrounding that was not always supporting. But maybe that was like helping me in the end to become more self-aware from the force within, that this was what I wanted. So if I was connected with myself, with my heart leadership, it doesn't matter what the outcome will be. So I have peace on my path. So yeah, that was in a short note. That it began for me very early, from cultural point of view, from like a feminine point of view, and but it was always for me. It was like when I really consciously took a decision for my self leadership, And sometimes I couldn't like logical explain it for me. But for me, the check was always, do I feel all right after I have taken this decision? And when the body brilliance that is like going through us divinely as female, as human, when I get like the conscious energy back that I was really feeling good about this. Well, that was my first check, and the rest I will figure it out. So
amazing. What I realized, usually those who are putting us aside and telling us don't, they're projecting their fears on us, sometimes rightly, sometimes not rightly, like our parents, yeah. But we have to follow our heart and our intuition. And both of you, Denise and Isim, I know you have to go now. If you can stay, please stay for more questions. I'm very grateful and thankful that you share with us your stories, because they're very inspirational. And I hope we will in the future talk more. I would like to just ask one more question, our dear Elia and Amalaji. Elia, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. If you can hear me.
Okay. So being a vegan activist, you have made waves of change in traditional food eating habits in a country like Pakistan. So I'm very interested to hear what challenges did you face, and what would your suggestion be to others to stick to their convictions?
Thank you so much. So first of all, excuse me for the noise. I'm at the protest right now, so I'm trying my best to communicate with everyone. Yes. So when I started off on the journey of being an activist, it was very challenging because we see some similar patterns, like, you are a woman and then you're a woman from an ethnic minority. I'm Pashtun by ethnicity, and that becomes problematic. People don't take you seriously. But one thing that I have realized over time, that I stopped asserting myself and I started building more connections. I stopped fighting that war that I need to be as assertive, as maybe my male counterpart on ground. Now I am more focusing on building connections, which takes years, but that the fruits that it gives you, the trust and loyalty that you gain from people over time, I think that is something that I hold very dear in my activism. And I'm very happy that I have very, very good friends who support me a lot through all of this as well. So I couldn't have done this alone.
Thank you, Elia. I think that is very important. Wonderful insights. So for the end, I would like to just ask Amalaji, how important is to have compassion and leadership?
I think if you're a leader, that's an important thing to have. It's almost something that often used to be missing. And because the world has become very different, as we hear from the different speakers also, it's not easy to be out there. The challenges for people entering the workforce are a lot. And I think a true leader, it's not about being touchy-feely or too soft. Compassion does not mean that. I think there was a question given to me also on mentoring, and I think true leadership should try to mentor, because that comes from a place of kindness, that you want to grow your team, you want to grow them to do their best and attain their best, rather than being dismissive and trying to think that people can just pick up whatever and run with it, because obviously people can't. And I think where there've been kind leaders or compassionate, I don't mean compassionate in a sense that they have to, every time somebody breaks down, they have to come and comfort that person. Not required, maybe, because there should be other teams who help out. But if you're a senior leader, You should make sure that the organization you run has the time to listen to people, because people do want to be heard, and that is from a place of compassion. And I think organizations that do that well definitely will grow their teams much better than organizations that just have targets and have what they call KPIs or KRAs or something that the teams have to achieve. But they may be misplacing their teams, and they may be just having mid-level leaders who just push their teams just to get kudos on themselves. So yeah, if the top level are kind and compassionate and really truly want to grow their team to a good business, that's something that leadership needs to take more seriously.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish we really can extend this panel. We are running out of time already a lot. And I hope we will continue these conversations. The Festival of Womanhood is continue to flourish from year to year. And I hope to see you next year as well. I wish you all the best. Thank you for being our guest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All the
you
best
so
to
much.
everyone.
All the best. Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
the best to all the women here. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Wow, that was deep. We have so many perspectives from so many people in the world. And we're so excited that after this, we have an award ceremony coming up. But before that, Yelena, you yourself are a part of a women's band, right? You're a singer, musician, and you started to write music, which is not very conventional, which is music which comes from the heart. You're not necessarily looking at audience acceptance only, you're following your heart. So can you tell us a little bit about your band, Hearts Liberated, and can we hear one song from you before we move on to our next segment?
Yes, thank you, Palak. I am in singing since I'm 11. That is why I was so excited also to have Denise on this panel, because I respect singers and I know how it is in the industry. So, but I was without the voice for 5-6 years. And when I start my not a physical voice, I simply could not sing anymore. I did not have anything to say anymore. I don't know what was that. So when I start my spiritual journey, I got that voice back, so to say. My spiritual guru Mohanji, he was there to help me, and that's how the band came out as well. I start simply writing songs about how I feel, what I feel, my spiritual journey, all those insights. And yeah, one of the songs I wrote about it is called Father, and is dedicated to Mohanji. And yeah, Hearts Liberated is a band who's spreading the teachings, simply teachings of Mohanji and what spiritual teachings. Yeah, and we have an album. Album was made last year, and yeah, song Father has music video, so that's about it. We can hear the song.
Lovely. Preeti, can you play the song, please?
Thank you.
I was waiting for so long to get out of the dark night of my soul. Gave up on myself long time ago, wondering what am I here for. Then I heard your voice clearly telling me you ready. I am here. Always remember faith is the key. You My sadness, anger, and the pain pulling me out of mind's vicious game. You gave me purpose, showing me the way, unconditionally loving me for what I am. Father, you gave to me home and family. I feel safe, I feel free. I always remember faith is the key. Now I do believe in myself. Father, 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 you save me. Father, 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 you save connection, conviction, consistency. This is your holy trinity to the garden of eternity. Surrender, detach, jump and dare. The rest is mine. I'll take care. I am with you. 'Cause I'll never ever let your hand be brave, revolt. Yes, you can. I am with you. There's nothing more to know, to learn. Forget the illusions, let them burn. I am with you. Now I hear your voice clearly telling me you're ready, you are free. Always remember, faith is the key. You must believe in yourself. Father, 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 you saved me.
How beautiful.
Father, 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 you saved me.
Well, that was really touching, Yelena. Thank you so much. We do have now one more video by the Australian Federal Minister, Miss Nola Marino, and she has a really special message to share.
We don't hear you, Palak.
Well, that was truly wonderful, Yelena. It was really touching. Thank you so much. We do have a very special message now by our Australian Minister, the Federal Minister of Australia, Miss Nola Marino, for the festival. The moderator, if you could please share that message with our audience.
Hello everyone, I'm Nola Marino, the Federal Member for Forest, which is an electorate in the southwest of Western Australia, and I represent this area in the Federal Parliament in Canberra in Australia. I'm really pleased to be here with you today to encourage you to make the most of your time together as part of the festival that you're taking part in. I've worked with various women's groups well before getting into politics and have found that so much of what we do together brings incredible results and great outcomes. So that's why I want you to make the most of today, and I hope this networking opportunity really brings so much to you, your life and your communities and families.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, before I give you a word, Palak, I was just like to say that as we draw the curtains on the Enriching Festival of Womanhood, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to these vibrant discussions. Everyone, thank you so, so much. And to our lovely audience for participating in the festival. Now let's begin with the much anticipated award ceremony. Palak.
Well, thank you again, Yelena. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there are very few gentlemen here, most of all are ladies, and champions of empowerment. We welcome you to a historic moment because today we proudly unveil the awards for the Festival of Womanhood 2024. This is an initiative designed to honor outstanding individuals who are making a profound impact on the world. These women embody the spirit of empowerment, drive positive change despite the hardships. In celebration of their leadership and resilience and transformative influence, we present awards for the categories of social impact, diversity enablement, ethical leadership, and youth empowerment. These awards not only recognize the present, but also lay a foundation for this cherished tradition to continue into the future. And we hope many, many women across the world get inspired by this. Now we call upon Ms. Nikunj Naredi to present the awards. Nikunj leads a women empowerment program in Mohanpur, India, and she's also the Vice President of Amukhe Charitable Trust. Nikunj, over to you.
Thank you so much, Palak. A very good evening to all of you. It's been fabulous, fabulous program. And thank you all of you who've been connected and who've joined us. So all the esteemed guests, tonight we gather to honor a true trailblazer in conscious leadership, Ms. Brenda Kali. This is the first set of awards that I'm talking about, the very first award. There are 4 prestigious awards that we'll be talking about today, and the first one goes to Ms. Brenda Kali. We gather to honor her, who's a trailblazer, recipient of a Conscious Leadership Award. Brenda stands as one of the foremost advocates for conscious and ethical leadership, a beacon of inspiration for us all. As the chairperson, founder of Conscious Companies, and the CEO of Conscious Leadership Ethics Institute, Brenda has not only led organizations, but has pioneered a transformative movement. Over her 30-year career as a group executive in esteemed companies such as Sasol Telecom, she orchestrated the reputational turnaround of major organizations. Brenda's impact extends beyond boardrooms. She has set in motion a stream of consciousness that is redefining how business is conducted, the very ethos of leadership. Her dedication to building conscious leadership capacity is not just a personal quest, it's a journey that has touched the lives of numerous companies. Driven by a fascination with corporate observations, Brenda resolved to deepen our understanding of consciousness, ethical behavior, and responsibility in workplace. This commitment has led her to author profound works such as Veritas, Search for Conscious Leadership, and Truth in a Fractured World, and Beyond Corporate Sludge, Insights to Create Balance and Harmony in our professional spaces. So now I call upon Brenda Kali, who is not here in person with us, but has accepted this award gracefully, and we are really grateful for that. And Kirti, will you be kind enough to play the video where she's expressing her acceptance for this award?
Hello all. Thank you so much for this accolade, and I'm most grateful. The Festival of Womanhood is a place for the voices of women around the world to be heard and for them to come together with a common purpose. You know, building conscious ethical leadership capacity in a world in dire need of it is not an easy journey, as most business and political leaders are clueless about consciousness and a different way of being in the world. But I'm hopeful that in time it would gain traction, especially globally, when leaders embrace an inward journey of consciousness. Once again, I'm deeply grateful to Devi Mohan and the team for this honor.
Well, that's Brenda Kali. We are very grateful to get a message from her and truly honored that we could give her this award. So now we move on to the next award. And this one is an equally important one. And before that, I can see Arushi tapping on the screen. So if you'd want to unmute yourself and applaud for Brenda, you're most welcome to do that, because the work that all of these women are doing is exceptional, and they definitely deserve an applause.
Congratulations, Brenda Kali. Wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
I hope she sees the video and sees us happy. Okay, so we move on to the next award. This one is again a very impactful, a very important one, and we are honoring again someone whose work is exceptional and touching the lives of many, especially children. So tonight it is with great pleasure and admiration that we gather to present an award for social impact, a remarkable individual whose commitment to positive change is truly unparalleled. Jelena Djokovic, founder and global CEO of Novak Djokovic Foundation, stands before us not only as a visionary leader, but as a beacon of hope for countless children and families around the world. Jelena has pioneered initiatives to create a nurturing environment for children from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. Her vision extends far beyond traditional education, emphasizing the significance of respect, community care, and holistic development in the lives of every child. From the establishment and equipping of preschools, conducting professional workshops for parents and educators, the impact has been transformative. Jelena's unwavering commitment to humanitarian aid has brought relief to the most vulnerable, showcasing the tremendous power of collective effort and compassion. A true advocate for lifelong learning, Jelena champions the empowerment of children, youth, and adults to be proactive, agile, grateful, and compassionate. In conclusion, we extend our deepest gratitude to Jelena Djokovic for her outstanding contributions to the betterment of society. Tonight, as we present the award for social impact, we celebrate Jelena's unwavering commitment to building a brighter future for our children and communities. Please join me in resounding applause and heartfelt congratulations to Jelena Djokovic, a true champion for change. Here again, I invite all of you all to applaud for her. And due to certain reasons, she's not been able to join with us physically, as in on Zoom rather, or through a video. She's again gracefully accepted the award. And we are very grateful to be associated with her through the Festival of Womanhood, and someone who's a true pioneer in her field, and someone who's doing something which is so holistic for children, for adults, and for the youth. So now we come to the next set of award, which is for diversity, we're giving it to Saroni Roy, it's Diversity Enabler. So it's again an absolute honor to present this award for Diversity Enabler, a remarkable individual whose multifaceted contributions have ignited positive change on a global scale. Saroni Roy, whom we had a chance to meet today on the panel discussion as well. For all those who had joined, you had the fortune to meet her during the panel discussion. Australian actor, model, co-chair Equity, Diversity, Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, the MEAA, PR and media professional, and a social entrepreneur, stands before us as a true pioneer in championing diversity, equity, and inclusion. Acknowledged as one of the most influential Asian Australians of the year, Taroni has garnered numerous awards for her extensive contributions to global multicultural community welfare and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Her story, featured in the world acclaimed books, forums, and media, resonates with strength, success, and unwavering service to humanity. Beyond her achievements, Taroni is the sought after influential speaker, masterfully addressing critical topics such as diversity and inclusion, women, peace and security, peace economics, cultural intelligence, gender equality, health and wellness. A focus on mental health, cancer survivorship, access and prevention, emotional intelligence, invisible disability, sustainability, social justice, social, economic, and environmental well being reflects her commitment to holistic change. As a founder and CEO of the Saroni Roy Foundation, SRF, a non-profit headquartered in Sydney, she has embarked on a mission to inform, inspire, and engage multicultural communities and global citizens worldwide. SRF's structured peace and education and engagement programs, rooted in Gandhian values, aim to create a paradigm shift in the way the world thinks about peace. Emphasizing a 3Cs approach: cultural, creative, and circular economy, and forging partnerships, SRF's endeavors to inspire change, promote diversity, and foster inclusive dialogue about pressing global issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Saroni Roy, our Diversity Enabler of the Year, for her outstanding commitment to making the world a safer, fairer, and more sustainable place for all. We have her present amongst us. She was also one of the panel speakers. And I would also take the occasion to say that I have known her personally, and it is such a proud moment to see all the beautiful work that she's doing. Saroni, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Nikunj. I mean, I am so speechless right now, and truly honored to be invited on this platform and to receive such an award for my work, for my contribution, and that too you are doing it. You're my classmate. You're my school friend. It's just so beautiful that I think it's testimony to all of us when we are doing something positive, when we are doing good things in the world, and we are trying our best to make a difference and do our small bit of contribution. I think it's testimony. This award is testimony to the fact that everyone comes in solidarity together to support you, to help you, to collaborate, to partner with you. So I think that is so beautiful, that all of us today at this Festival of Womanhood, which is such a wonderful platform. I mean, I'm amazed at what you're doing, what this platform offers to each of us, and the voice it is offering to all of us, and how we are bringing together so many people, so many women together to support each other. So yeah, I'm really humbled. I'm really ecstatic. It's almost midnight here in Sydney. I'm not really in my formal attire at the moment, and everyone is sleeping, so I'm a bit soft when I'm talking. But I am so encouraged and by this generosity, by this kindness that I've received from all of you. And I couldn't have done this without each of your support. So I would request you to continue supporting each other, supporting everyone, and also contact me, reach out to me. You all have me on social media everywhere. Nikunj knows me. So yeah, I mean, it's all about, I'm trying to here, we are all trying to, I think, achieve the same goal, which is a more inclusive, more peaceful, one world to live and love. So if I can assist in any way, I would love to. Please reach out to me. And if you want to join me in this, creating this legacy, for our future generations, I would just love that. And thank you so much. I'm really, really humbled by this whole thing and the stellar lineup of speakers and the award winners. Oh my God, it's just so humbling for me. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Completely agree with what you're saying. I mean, the whole idea of this platform is for all of us to get connected, all of us who are moving with the same mindset. And it also is testimony to the fact that we're on the right track. So yeah, we'll walk together and we'll stay connected. Thank you so much for joining. So
Thank you.
now we
Love
come to the, So now we come to the last award. Again, a really important one. Again, to celebrate the achievements of this wonderful, wonderful lady and the beautiful work that she's doing in youth empowerment. So we gathered to bestow the Youth Empowerment Award on an extraordinary individual whose life's work has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, Dr. Trish Sanders, a remarkable woman with a global vision, is being honored for her outstanding contributions to youth empowerment to the Festival of Womanhood and Mohanji Foundation. We had the good fortune to hear her speak as well earlier in the day. Dr. Trish's journey began as a teenager teaching yoga, driven by her desire to integrate the wholeness of body, mind, spirit, health, wealth, and happiness. Raised internationally in Japan and born in Germany, she intuitively understood the interconnectedness of all aspects of life, drawing wisdom from Japanese culture's natural order of energy. Motivated by a deeper calling after the tragedies of 9/11, she took on monumental task of designing a new model of international youth education, infused with principles of yoga and gardening. In 2002, Dr. Trish opened her first K-12 school, Starshine, on the toughest streets in Phoenix, Arizona, aiming to test her innovative vision for education. Despite the challenging circumstances of her first students, the transformative impact of yoga-infused education became evident through improved attendance, happier attitudes, and academic success. Starshine expanded to 4 more schools, spreading positive change to various neighborhoods. Leaving the school in 2017, Dr. Trish redirected her focus to directly influence world leaders as an advisor and coach. With a PhD in metaphysics and expertise in frequency medicine, she continues to write books, organize transformational retreats, and teach yoga. Considered one of the most influential secret coaches, private and elite individuals, Dr. Trish Sanders has left an impactful journey for us to speak about. Dr. Trish Sanders, congratulations, and I welcome everybody to applaud her for her achievements. I present this award to Dr. Trish Sanders, and I ask you to come to the platform and speak, please.
I thank you so much. And now I see sweet Debbie's face, who is Mother Mary to everyone, I think. I am really speechless. I'm on the verge of crying. I've been up all night because I had to get up at 1 a.m. to start to watch. And I thought, I don't know if I can do this. And I felt so energized and so ready. It was like angels got around me and got me out of bed to come in and watch this. And I'm so glad I didn't miss any of it. I listened to everyone and was so touched by, I am really about to cry. I was so touched by the different stories that are all integrated. Everyone is trying to do better. And I think the thing that I want to say is that the world, God, all spiritual, everything supports big dreams. And one of the things that made our philosophies worthwhile is that people's emotional health impacts everything. It impacts the environment. It impacts what we eat. It impacts our ideas and this idea of balance of masculinity and femininity. I think all of the speakers that have been present today have had some inspiration to be able to balance that feminine and masculine inside of every single person on the planet. I mean, we all have both. And it's the embracing the aspects of those things that are produced by wanting to be compassionate love and never, ever, ever deciding something out of fear, because, you know, fear is going to get you in trouble. It's just never powerful. I don't care if you are the CEO of the universe. If you are making decisions out of a place of fear, it's going to come back and bite you. And I think one of the things that we worked with disadvantaged children all over the world, we still do actually. And when they decide that their big dream is worthy, then they're off on their own. We don't have to worry about, you know, pulling them out of jail where Debbie has been today. That was, what a dichotomy, you know. And because every one of those people in jail, they just lost their dream somewhere, you know. Somebody told them that their dream wasn't good enough or whatever. But we are all born out of this atomic cosmic universe of perfection. And once we decide, oh, you know, I have this thumbprint because this is how unique I am, and I'm going to go for it. You know, I love the gal who said, well, I've always been born a renegade. Because isn't that true of everybody here? I mean, everybody here had to decide that they were not going to fit into some mold, that someone said, no, you need to fit in this. And when we decide that we're all renegades to defend and enjoy and love and spread the uniqueness of who we are, it's so much more fun. You know, when you get to know people that you really don't want to get to know, it's just so much more fun and more fascinating. My parents, you know, I was raised in Japan and born in Germany, and my parents, we moved a lot, and they said always go and meet the person that you least want to meet, and your life is going to be fascinating. And it's so true. You know, I married a couple of those people. and so, you know, people are fascinating when you give them a chance, and when you just decide they probably have a really fascinating story, and you just get out of your own way and you let them go. But I would just so encourage, if anybody has any kind of a dream, just put it out there. Say, I have this wild dream. I have no idea how to pay for it. I don't know anything about how to do it. I mean, if someone has achieved incredible greatness, I've watched Debbie impact. I mean, sometimes I just can't even believe the things she does. And, you know, we met at a yoga festival, for Pete's sake. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for the work that Mohanji, the idea of humankind being kind. I mean, isn't that what we all just want? We just want kindness. So thank you so much. I'm just beyond honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trish. Really touched by what you said. Over to you,
Amazing.
Palak.
Amazing. Dr. Trish, thank you so much for sharing your light with us, and for, it was 1 a.m. for you, but you joined throughout this time. The energy you give us is equally important to us. So thank you for being here with us.
I just wanted to return the love to Dr. Trish, and I'll never forget with how much love she has welcomed me in Sedona, with like flowers and lots of love, and waited for hours at the airport, and always ready to infuse her love into everything she does. I'm so happy that you influence young people's lives in your school and everything you do, and your programs. And I'm happy for all of us women to come together like this. I'm still on my way back from the prison. The whole day has been marked by this amazing sisterhood, and I send you all my love. Thank you all once again. It's just been an amazing journey that we shared today.
Thank you, Devi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devi.
Amazing. Well, what a day, Yelena.
What a day, Palaka. I am laughing, crying. I am going through so many emotions right now. And I just want to say a big thanks to Mohanji and the World Womanhood Project for making this event even possible. Also, thank you all.
Well, let's continue to empower and respect and heal people across the globe. And I think one more thing that we wanted to say before I'll just hand over the mic to Yelena. But if anybody wants to reach out to us for be it being a part of our festivals, be a speaker, be a volunteer, or share, this movement is growing more and more globally. Please reach out to us and email us at hello@festivalofwomanhood.com. And Yelena, over to you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who contribute to this festival. It wouldn't be possible with all of you people. You know who you are. I also want to say and to thank our partners for the festival, the Diplomatic Club, the Awakening Times, M House Media, and Click Media for their invaluable support. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to stay tuned for the next what is coming. Thank you, dear friends and volunteers, for helping making this festival possible. And thank you, Mohanji, for being our eternal inspiration for everything what we do and eternal support, of course. Palak, do you have anything else to add? Otherwise, we can conclude the festival.
Well, I think we should, it's just appropriate that we conclude the festival with the theme song. And thank you everyone for joining us, our dear audience. And thanks once again to the whole team of Festival of Womanhood, to Yelena, my co-host, to Kirti, Arushi, Nikunj, Linda, Savi, and Mimansa, Tulika, all of you. Yes. Thank you so much for working so hard and bringing everybody together. It would not have been possible without your support. That's all from us. Let's call it a day.
I am the one whom you can trust. Your mother, your sister, your daughter, your wife. I was created to give a life. Oceans and rivers came out of me. I have the power, oh can't you see? I'm a survivor through time and space. I am pure love, I have no race. Beaten and hurt, I was standing all alone. But I have my sisters now with me. We won. Hey woman, let's come together and make this world a better place forever. Hey woman, let's take hands and make this world dance, dance, dance. I suffer through eons, my pain is real. But I'm not a victim, it's time to heal. Ignored and abandoned and treated as blind. But together.